What if the gods who ruled the sands of time weren't just figments of imagination, but actual mischief makers lurking in the shadows of history? What if each whisper of a desert breeze carried ancient curses, and every grain of sand concealed unspeakable truths? The air thickens with unbridled tension, a reminder that in a world where myths clashed with reality, nothing is ever as it seems. Forget Medusa's snake-riddled hair, this is a world where demons don't wait for the moon to rise. They thrive in the folds of twilight, where the laughter of Jinn echoes like a sinister melody. Archaic legends hide beneath the surface, waiting to ensnare the unsuspecting. Step lightly, for every tale spun by the fireside harbors a twist that could slice through flesh and bone. Consider the daunting figure of Uzzā, the warrior goddess, blood-stained and fierce. A deity whose very name ignites a spark like a flint against steel. Did you think her temples lay in ruins by mere chance? Think again. They were raised by believers who feared her wrath, mortals too terrified to invoke her name in prayer. All around, echoes ring, curses lodged in the throat of the wind, waiting to unleash chaos upon the unwary. Her vengeance? A symphony of desolation like no other. Now, let's talk about the legendary Ifrit, a creature born from fire and fury. Picture an overgrown campfire with a personality disorder, flickering between charming trickster and ruthless tyrant. And don't even get started on the stories that claim Ifrits were once bound by ancient texts, only to slip free when the ink had just dried. Those who dared to trap them? They became ash, their screams swallowed by the very flames they sought to control. What's that? You want to know more about the tribes who roamed the sands, their fates tangled in the very fabric of these myths? Ah, but they weren't just nomads, they were warriors, poets, and shamans, each one a blade honed in the relentless grind of survival. Each tribe held a fragment of ancient knowledge, a piece of the puzzle that could tilt the balance between life and oblivion. But there's a catch, hidden beneath layers of paradoxes and riddles, the truth lies shrouded in darkness. Ever wonder why the moon casts long shadows over the desert, as if mocking the travelers below? Because the stars have secrets, luminous and deadly, that could unravel the very threads of existence. They whisper of betrayal, of alliances forged in blood, leaving the weak to wither under the weight of unkept promises. So, what do you do when the myths you thought you knew morph into monsters, and the legends bleed into the reality of your waking life? Hold tight. The sands are shifting, and the echoes of a forgotten world beckon. Every heartbeat, every breath, draws you deeper into a web spun by nomadic souls who danced with gods and demons alike. Can you feel the pulse quickening? The shadows lengthening? It's time to confront the abyss, if you dare. The sun was a molten orb, descending into the horizon like a bleeding heart, casting shadows long enough to stretch into eternity. I stood there, breath caught between fear and wonder, on the edge of a precipice overlooking the vast expanse of the Arabian desert. The sand whispered secrets, tales of generations lost in time, while the jagged mountains murmured warnings of old gods forgotten, their echoes filling the air with a palpable tension. This was the land of myths, where every grain of sand held the weight of 1,000 stories, and the earth itself seemed to pulse with life, with longing, with despair. I remember Khalid, a weathered soul with eyes like burning coals, flickering with the remnants of hope but shadowed by regret. He was my friend, my brother in arms, and there he stood, fists clenched, rage simmering just beneath the surface. "We've come too far to turn back," he hissed, voice trembling with the weight of his conviction, as he stared into the horizon where the sun met the dunes, a blooded canvas of twilight. But I could see the fear etched on his brow, the uncertainty that gnawed at the edges of his courage like a starving dog at the scraps of a forgotten meal. Then there was Layla, fierce and untamed, her spirit as wild as the desert winds that danced around us. Her laughter echoed like chimes in the night, yet in her eyes lay a storm, a tempest of doubt and heartbreak. I felt her pain intertwined with the very fabric of this land, this barren beauty, simultaneously life-giving and merciless. "You don't understand," she whispered, her voice breaking like fragile glass. "This land is alive. It feels. It knows our sins." With every gust of wind, the dunes shifted, mocking our attempts to find solid ground. I could almost hear the whispers of the ancients, those who walked before us, their footsteps lingering like ghosts among the shadows. Beneath the surface of the sand, the pulse of history throbbed, stories of warriors and lovers, of betrayal and redemption, all interwoven into the very soil beneath our feet. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the ancient ruins of Allāt, where stone met sky in haunting grace. The sandstone cliffs rose up like giants, guarding secrets buried deep within their crevices. Khalid had insisted we come here, drawn by tales of hidden treasures and mystical encounters, but it was Layla who felt the pull of the land, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the earth. "This is where the past whispers," she said, her fingertips brushing the cold stone, and I swore I saw a flicker of something, fear, reverence, desire, dance in her eyes. But the night sky, a velvet shroud peppered with stars, turned ominous as we camped beneath the vast expanse. Shadows stretched around us, elongating like specters of the past, and the air buzzed with a tension that felt almost sentient. "Can you feel it?" Layla murmured, glancing over her shoulder, as if the very stars were watching us. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss the feeling gnawing at my insides, but I could sense the truth in her words. The land was alive, breathing with the stories of our ancestors, their triumphs and tragedies swirling like a desert storm. It was then that we heard the howl, a mournful sound that sliced through the silence, wrapping around our hearts like a vice. Khalid's eyes widened, and for a moment, time stopped. We were children again, caught in a world where monsters lurked in the shadows, and the stories we'd heard as kids came rushing back, flooding our minds with images of jinn and phantoms. "It's just the wind," he stammered, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. But I knew better. I remembered the tales, night after night, as my grandmother spun yarns of the landscape whispering back to those who dared to disturb its peace. The mountains were not mere stone, they were guardians, protectors of secrets better left untold. The desert was not just sand, it was a living tapestry of despair and hope, woven together by the hands of fate. Layla's breath hitched, and I sensed the struggle within her, caught between the pull of the land and the fear of what lay beneath its surface. "We can't stay here," she said, urgency lacing her voice. But Khalid was resolute, his stubbornness a stark contrast to the encroaching darkness. "We need to find the truth," he insisted, as if the very fabric of his being depended on it. I felt the tension crackle around us, a dangerous energy that threatened to consume. With a single heartbeat, the desert shifted, the sand swirling like a tempest, and I could almost see the ghosts rising, their faces urgent, pleading. They wanted to be remembered, to be acknowledged. I understood then, this was not a mere exploration, it was a confrontation with the past, a reckoning that demanded resolution. As the winds howled louder, I realized we were on the brink of something monumental, something that would either bind us closer together or tear us apart. Khalid, ever defiant, would challenge the very essence of the land, while Layla's heart surged with the desire to flee, to escape the weight of history that threatened to crush her. And me, caught in the middle, torn between loyalty and the primal scream of survival. In the heart of the night, beneath the indifferent gaze of the stars, we stood at the precipice of revelation. The darkness felt alive, pulsing with energy, and the very landscape seemed to shimmer with ancient magic, a reminder that the past is never truly buried. It waits, crouched like a beast, ready to spring forth when least expected. I should have turned back then, should have heeded the warnings whispered in the wind, but curiosity wrapped around my heart like a vice, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. What if the myths are true? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, lost in the night, in the geography that shaped us, that shaped our very souls. And as the shadows deepened, I felt the weight of time pressing down on us, a reminder that in this land of myths, our destinies were already written, a tapestry entwined with the cosmos. The confrontation was inevitable, a storm brewing on the horizon, and I was but a pawn in the grand design of fate. The desert sighed, and in that moment, as the darkness loomed around us, I understood that the landscapes of Arabia were not just a backdrop, they were a living entity, and the mythology woven through the sands and stones would soon come to life before our very eyes. The pulse of the earth quickened, and we were caught in its rhythm, spiraling toward an encounter that would forever change us. All that was left was to face the truth we so desperately sought. The moon hung low over the desolate sands, casting a silver sheen on the silhouette of ancient ruins, a landscape once vibrant, now a graveyard of echoes. The air thickened with tension, a palpable pulse, as if the earth itself held its breath. I remember standing there, heart racing, caught between shadows and whispers, the wind carrying the distant cries of forgotten gods. It was a moment suspended in time, the past clawing at my very soul, a reminder that history never truly fades, it lingers, festering like an open wound. I was not alone. Beside me stood Layla, her dark eyes reflecting a storm of doubt and sorrow. She was fierce yet fragile, a tempest battling against the chains of her lineage. Beneath her defiance lay a chasm of responsibility. Her ancestors, warriors, and poets burdened her spirit with tales of valor and the weight of unfulfilled prophecies. She clutched an amulet, worn and cracked, a relic of her lineage. Every night she dreamed of the night skies, of constellations that flickered like lost souls, each star a whisper of her destiny. But tonight, the stars were silent, their secrets hidden behind veils of despair. "Do you hear that?" she murmured, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. The wind carried with it the faintest echo of laughter, or was it a cry? I couldn't tell. Perhaps it was the remnants of a time long past, where spirits danced among the living, or perhaps it was the work of our own minds, teetering on the brink of madness. I felt it, the tension tightening in my chest, a coil ready to spring. I was Ahmed, a historian in love with the absurdity of existence. My obsession with the myths of my ancestors often bordered on madness, a peculiar passion that led me deeper into the shadows of history. Yet, as I stood there, the weight of my fascination felt like an anvil pressing down upon me. Together, we faced the truth hidden in the sands, a truth so visceral it threatened to consume us. The legends woven into the fabric of this land, each tale a ghost, haunting us with its intensity. I remember the stories of Jinn, restless spirits trapped between realms, yearning for freedom yet bound to the whims of humanity. The tales flickered like candles in a darkened room, illuminating the grotesque beauty of our fears and desires. They spoke of love twisted into madness, of battles fought not just with swords but within the depths of the human heart. "Do you think they're watching us?" I asked, unable to shake the feeling that we were being scrutinized by unseen eyes. Layla's lips pressed into a tight line, her resolve wavering. "They are always watching," she replied, a shiver threading through her voice, "and waiting." I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon us, the galaxies swirling like a tempest in her eyes. There was something cosmic in our struggle, an ancient dance of fate and choice that left us both breathless. As the night deepened, shadows grew long and dark, stretching across the landscape like the fingers of time itself. I could almost hear the whispers of ancient poets, their words swirling around us, echoing through centuries. They spoke of love lost and battles won, of dreams that unraveled like threads in the fabric of the universe. Each story was a mirror, reflecting our own fears and desires, a tapestry woven from the threads of humanity. I remembered the markets of old, bustling with life, spices, and colors blending into a cacophony of chaos. People laughed, cried, kissed, and killed, all in the name of love, revenge, and redemption. They bathed once a year, I recalled with a morbid chuckle. Romance was undoubtedly earthy. But the past was not merely a backdrop, it loomed over us, an insatiable beast demanding to be acknowledged. "Why do we cling to these stories?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper, caught in the winds that carried the past with them. Layla turned to me, her expression fierce, yet vulnerable. "Because they are all we have," she replied, her breath hitching, "and they remind us of our humanity." Her words struck a chord deep within me, resonating with the ache of lost connections and forgotten dreams. The legends were not just relics, they were lifelines thrown out into the abyss, a way to grasp at the intangible. I felt the earth tremble beneath my feet, a sudden shift that sent a jolt of fear racing through my veins. The ground cracked, fissures opening like the jaws of a great beast. I reached for Layla's hand, the warmth of her skin grounding me in the chaos. "We need to go," I shouted, urgency spilling from my lips, but she remained rooted, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "No, wait," she breathed, a strange intensity igniting in her eyes. This is where it began. As if summoned by her words, the air thickened, a low hum resonating in the silence. Shadows danced around us, swirling with an energy that felt alive, electric. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the heartbeats of ancient souls echoing through the fabric of time. The whispers grew louder, laughter mingling with cries, a symphony of the lost and forgotten, each note a reminder that the past was not so easily buried. Is this what they meant? I asked, my voice trembling, caught between terror and awe. The shadows seemed to respond, swirling closer, pulling me into their embrace. I gazed into the dark abyss, seeing the flicker of eyes that might belong to gods or demons. I could not tell, only that they bore witness to our plight. Did they laugh at our struggles, or were they mourning our folly? The lines blurred, the answers slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. In that moment, I felt her warmth beside me, Layla's heartbeat syncing with mine. We were bound not just by the stories of our ancestors but by the weight of our choices, the love that threaded between us like a lifeline. The night stretched on, the cosmos swirling above, and we were but two souls caught in a tempest of fate, desperate for clarity amid the chaos. I took a step forward, a leap into the unknown. Let's write our own story, I urged, the words tumbling from my lips, electrifying the very air around us. The shadows paused, their breath caught, and a hush fell, pregnant with possibility. I could feel the past entwining with the present, a dance of myths and truths, and I knew then that we were not just witnesses, we were participants in this ancient saga, a continuation of a tale as old as time itself. With every heartbeat, with every breath, we were weaving our narrative into the rich tapestry of existence, crafting a legacy that would haunt the sands long after we faded into memory. The night lingered, heavy with expectations, holding us in a silent embrace, and I knew this was only the beginning. The air crackled with tension as the shadows of the moon danced across the broken cobblestones of the ancient city. A distant thunder rumbled, but it wasn't from the storm brewing overhead, it was the echo of hearts pounding in the chests of those who dared to walk beneath the cold gaze of the Pantheon. The gods watched, their eyes glimmering with the weight of countless lives, and within that celestial gaze lay both judgment and mercy. I remember, oh, how I remember the night everything shifted. The screams pierced the air like daggers. A figure, cloaked in darkness, staggered through the streets, Ilara, the once gilded priestess, now haunted and hollow. She was a mere flicker of the vibrant woman who had once danced at the altar of Apollo, her laughter ringing like the sweetest chimes. Now, desperation twisted her features, eyes wild with fear, hunted by the very god she had served. "Help me," she cried, her voice cracking like glass underfoot. There was no one to hear, no mortal soul to answer, only the indifferent echoes of the Pantheon, the deities who shaped destinies and cast shadows over the lives they deemed unworthy. I stood frozen, engulfed by the chaos surrounding her, my heart a drumbeat of dread. Ilara wasn't just a priestess, she was the embodiment of devotion, a woman who had woven her life into the fabric of celestial favor. But now? Now she was a fugitive, her robes torn, dirt-streaked, the gold of her once-cherished adornments mere ghosts of a forgotten glory. "Please," she gasped, collapsing against the cold stone wall, her breath misting in the night. In her eyes, I saw the reflection of another god, a deity whose name hung like a dark cloud over our city, Moros, the harbinger of doom. He thrived on despair, and tonight, it danced in the air like smoke. I remember the tales spoken in hushed whispers, the stories of those who had fallen into his grasp, a father losing his child, a lover betrayed, dreams turned to ash. "This cannot be the end," she whispered, clawing at the ground as if it would somehow shield her from the relentless grasp of fate. But just beyond the corner, lurking in the shadows, there was Rhea, the matron of the earth, her presence a heavy weight in the air. She had given life and nurtured it, yet there was an edge to her tenderness, a darkness that betrayed her maternal facade. "Ilara," she breathed, her voice a soft caress, yet laden with a weight that could crush mountains. "You've angered the gods." Ilara's eyes darted, pleading. "But I did everything right. I followed the rituals, the offerings." Rhea shook her head, a sorrowful smile twisting her lips. "It was never enough. You were destined to serve, not to live." The truth cut deep, and I felt the chill of betrayal seep into my bones. How could devotion be rendered meaningless? The gods, those towering figures of our hopes and fears, were not omnipotent but rather capricious, playing with our lives as if we were mere pawns on their celestial chessboard. "Stand and face your fate, Ilara," Rhea whispered, her voice dripping with a bittersweet melody. It was an invitation and a condemnation, and as Allāt rose, every step resonated with a weight that threatened to crush her spirit. The space between them was a chasm, filled with unsaid words and broken promises. I watched, heart racing, breath caught, as Moros emerged from the shadows, a figure draped in darkness, his eyes glowing like dying stars. His presence sent a tremor through the fabric of the night. I felt the air thicken with fear, a miasma of despair clinging to my skin. "Your time has come, priestess," he intoned, each word a blade slicing through the silence. "You have danced on the edge of servitude, and now, you will taste the bitterness of your choices." Allāt's gaze fell, her light dimming, but I saw a flicker of defiance and a whisper of rebellion. "No. I will not be your sacrifice." "Then what will you offer?" "Your life is forfeit, a pawn lost in the game," he replied, voice like gravel, each syllable echoing with finality. The night grew heavier, the weight of the Pantheon pressing down upon us, and I felt myself teetering on the brink of despair. The ethereal winds howled through the streets, carrying with them the essence of untold stories, lost dreams, and dreams yet to be born. Allāt's breath quickened, her heart raced against the cage of her ribs. "I will not be defined by your cruelty," she cried, and in that moment, time froze. The heartbeat of the universe pulsed, and the gods themselves seemed to hold their breath. Rhea's face bore the shadow of conflict, a flicker of hope fighting against the darkness that threatened to consume us all. "What if I could save you?" Rhea whispered, her voice barely audible, but in that moment, it echoed like thunder. "I can offer you sanctuary, a chance to turn the tide." Allāt's eyes widened, hope igniting a fire within her, but even in that flicker of possibility, a darkness loomed, daunting and insurmountable. Could she trust a goddess steeped in contradictions? The choice hung heavy in the air, the kind of choice that could change everything and yet leave scars deeper than any blade. As I watched the unfolding, a thought pierced the haze of my own despair. In the dance of gods and mortals, in the tapestry of life woven from suffering and salvation, we remain at the mercy of their whims. And as the final threads began to shatter, I realized there was no easy answer, no conclusion to be found, only the raw, unyielding cacophony of existence, echoing through the ages, a haunting reminder of our fragile, fierce humanity. The clock ticked ominously in the distance, each chime representing a heartbeat, a breath, a choice made and unmade, as Allāt, Rhea, and Moros stood at the precipice of their destinies. And I, a mere observer caught in this web of divinity and desperation, waited for the moment that would tether us all together, forever bound by the unbreakable threads of fate. The gods were watching, and their judgment was about to descend like a storm. The moon hung low over the scarred landscape, a pale witness to the chaos unfolding below. A rumble shook the ground, a primal echo of war and despair. Dust swirled through the air like phantoms rising from the graves of the fallen. I stood at the edge of the battlefield, heart pounding, tired lungs gasping for breath, surrounded by the remnants of a world that had twisted too far into the abyss. The scent of blood and sweat was suffocating, cloying, a bitter reminder of what had been lost. I remember the first time I saw Allāt. She was a tempest wrapped in the ethereal glow of twilight, her presence a paradox of calm and storm. The villagers spoke of her with reverence, her blessings known to swell the fields with grain, her fury capable of decimating armies. I remember watching her silhouette against the setting sun, powerful, yet cloaked in shadows. Her eyes held secrets, a universe of unspoken tales. But as the war raged on, those secrets morphed into whispers of betrayal, and I felt her blessing turn to a curse. In the chaos, Allāt stumbled through the chaos as if caught in a dream. Her hands trembled, fingers stained crimson, eyes wide, reflecting both fear and fury. She was a daughter of the soil, a warrior of the harvest, her heart tethered to every seed that split the earth. Yet, today, she wore the scars of battle more prominently than the blood of her foes. "It's not how it's supposed to be," she gasped, a raw note of disbelief threading her voice. "Not like this. We were promised growth, not decay." I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back from the edge of despair, but the weight of my own failures held me captive. I had once been a soldier, a name whispered before the dawn, now a shadow of doubt. I stood by as friends fell like autumn leaves, each one a reminder of my own fragility. I remember the laughter that once danced between us, now replaced by silence, empty, haunting. And then there was Khalid, a man forged in the fires of conflict, yet still clinging to the delicate threads of hope. His heart beat wildly in his chest, a war drum echoing his conflicting desires. "Allāt, guide us," he shouted into the storm, as if the goddess herself would answer his plea. His faith hung on the edge of a knife, wavering between desperation and belief, each prayer slipping through his fingers like sand. I could see the tremor in his resolve, the doubt that gnawed at him, even as he fought for the light. "We've sacrificed too much to be led astray," he breathed, barely audible over the clash of steel and the cries of the dying. A bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, and in that brief, blinding moment, I saw the truth, the darkness creeping at the edges of Allāt's once nurturing spirit. I felt it crawl into my bones, chilling the marrow and twisting my thoughts. What if we had been wrong? What if she was no longer a protector, but a harbinger of the destruction we had brought upon ourselves? The earth trembled, mirroring the turmoil that echoed within me. "Allāt!" Ilara shouted, desperation spilling into rage, her voice cracking like the thunder above. "You are our mother! Our goddess! What have we done to deserve this?" But the skies remained silent, indifferent to our suffering, as if Allāt had turned her back on us. Khalid fell to his knees, tears mingling with the dirt and blood, a plea formed on his lips. "Forgive us! Please!" His voice broke, a fracture in the facade of strength he wore. It was a moment of raw exposure, a reminder of humanity's fragility amid the roaring tempest. The battlefield stretched out before us, a graveyard of dreams unfulfilled. Memories of laughter, love, and life flickered like dying embers in the distance. I could almost see them, children playing in fields of golden wheat, lovers entwined beneath the starlit sky. Now, darkness swallowed those memories whole, and in their death, they whispered tales of despair. I remember the moment I grasped the reality of our futility. The realization crashed over me, a wave of bone-deep certainty. We were not the children of the goddess, we were the cursed, the forsaken. Allāt had not abandoned us. No, we had turned our backs on her gifts. The fertility of the land had been replaced with the thirst for war, and in our blinding ambition, we had lost sight of the very essence of life. A distant horn sounded, a dirge for the fallen, and the echoes twisted through the air like a ghost we couldn't chase away. I glanced at Khalid, who still knelt in the dirt, shoulders shaking with the weight of his despair. My friend, the fierce warrior caught in a storm he couldn't control, was unraveling. "We can't keep fighting for a goddess who watches us suffer," I murmured, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "No," he shot back, eyes aflame with defiance. "To abandon her is to abandon ourselves. We must remind her of our strength." His conviction was a fragile flame, flickering against the storm. Ilara stood between us, caught in the tempest of our emotions like a leaf caught in a hurricane. But at what cost? She pressed, voice trembling. How many more lives must be lost? How many more fields must die? A silence fell upon us, heavy and oppressive. The air buzzed with unspoken fears, the weight of our shared history pressing down like a leaden cloak. I felt the shadows of our decisions creeping closer, wrapping us in their cold embrace. The ground trembled again, a portent of the reckoning that awaited us. The tumult of battle raged on, but in that moment, it faded into the background, a mere ghost of a memory, haunting yet distant. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown. Allāt was watching, and I could feel her fury rising, the storm brewing within. In the chaos of conflict, I had lost sight of the most important truth, the power of healing, the need for reconciliation. We had to face the storm head-on, not just for ourselves but for Allāt, for the fertile earth that had once cradled our dreams. We were caught in a cycle, a dance of blood and loss, and it was time to break free. Together, I urged, desperately grasping onto the remnants of hope. We can make her see. We can remind her of who we are. As thunder crashed overhead, the world around us faded into a cacophony of sound and sensation. The air was thick with tension as we faced the storm, three wounded souls standing together in defiance, the raw emotion coursing through us. The night shifted, shadows deepening, and the winds howled with an ancient fury. Allāt was waiting, a goddess on the edge of war and fertility, and we were her unwilling children, caught in the balance. We had to confront the tempest, and in that confrontation, perhaps we would find redemption. As the battle raged on, a single thought consumed me: it was not just our lives at stake, but the very essence of what it meant to be human, caught between the forces of creation and destruction. The story wasn't over, it had only just begun. A howl erupted from the night, piercing the oppressive silence like a dagger, and I stood there, breath suspended in my throat, the weight of 1,000 hearts beating around me. The moon hung low, a spectre of silver light illuminating the shadows that danced like lost souls in the alleyways of the city. It was a night meant for lovers, yet I found myself ensnared in the thick web of despair, my heart a heavy stone lodged in my chest. I remember the trembling fingers of Fatima, curled tightly around the hilt of a dagger, her breath shallow as the echoes of the past clawed at her mind. "If I don't find him tonight," she whispered, her voice raw with desperation, "I may never find him again." The air was heavy with the scent of jasmine and sweat, a cruel reminder of what the night could have been, a promise of stolen kisses and whispered secrets, now reduced to a frantic search for a ghost. And then there was Malik, his eyes wild, filled with a storm of emotions that mirrored the tempest brewing within me. "Uzzā," he muttered, as if invoking her name could summon the goddess herself. This was her doing. She toys with us, weaving her threads of desire and despair. His hands clenched and unclenched, a frantic rhythm that matched the pounding of my heart. He had loved her once, a love that felt like a fever dream, intoxicating and maddening, yet it had all slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. In the throes of his obsession, I could see the man he once was fading away, replaced by a shadow of longing and regret. The streets shifted around us, alive with the whispers of the past. Each corner turned felt like a step deeper into a labyrinth of our own making. "Where is he?" Fatima cried, her voice cracking, echoing through the alleyway like a lament. The shadows flickered, as if amused by our plight. I could feel them watching, ancient eyes hidden in the folds of night, relishing our pain. The goddess had a way of twisting love into something unrecognizable, spinning joy into sorrow, ecstasy into anguish. I remember the stories, the laughter that pooled around the fires as elders recounted the fables of Uzzā, the woman who had the power to ignite the flames of passion, only to extinguish them with a single breath. She was a spectre of desire, a cruel mistress whose whims could break the strongest of hearts. Malik's voice, thick with emotion, cut through my thoughts: maybe love is just a game, and we're all pawns. His gaze bore into me, challenging yet vulnerable. I could see the pain etched into his features, the lingering shadows of a love unreturned, a heart trapped in a cage of his own making. Fatima's anger flared, a fire in the depths of her eyes. "You think she cares? You think any of this matters to her?" Her words were sharp, each syllable a strike against the walls of despair that threatened to close in on us. We are nothing but echoes in her grand design. The wind howled again, a mournful cry, and I felt its chill sink into my bones. In that moment, I understood the dance we were part of, a waltz with the darkness that enveloped us. Each step we took brought us closer to the heart of our fears, our desires, the very essence of what it meant to love and lose. I remember standing at the edge of the city, the noise of the marketplace fading into a distant hum. The flickering lanterns cast a warm glow, but the chill in my heart refused to thaw. I thought of Uzzā, the whispers of her name brushing against my skin like a lover's caress, yet haunting me like a spectre. "Do you believe in her?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Fatima's eyes burned with fury, and Malik lowered his gaze, the shadows of doubt clouding his features. "Belief is a curse," he spat, the venom in his words tasting bitter. "It binds you to the chaos she creates." Fatima stepped closer, her breath mingling with the cool night air. "Then why do we chase after the shadows?" "Because in the shadows, there's a truth," Malik replied, the weight of his words heavy between us. "Even if it hurts." The night deepened, the air thick with unspoken confessions, and I felt the pull of desire like a riptide, dragging me deeper into the abyss. Love was an intoxicating poison, sweet on the tongue yet deadly to the heart. I remember the reflection in the puddles at our feet, distorted images of three souls entangled in a web of longing and confusion. The world around us blurred, the colors swirling into a chaotic dance. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of our fears, our hopes, our dreams, an intricate symphony of pain and ecstasy. "Let's find him," Fatima breathed, determination igniting her features. Let's confront her. Her resolve shone like a beacon, yet in the pit of my stomach, I felt a sense of dread. I knew the cost of confronting a goddess. I had seen lovers torn apart, lives shattered in the name of desire. As we turned the corner into the unknown, the shadows danced around us, a haunting chorus that sang of the battles yet to come. Each step felt heavier than the last, the weight of our choices hanging in the air like a storm cloud ready to break. I could feel Uzzā lurking in the corners of my mind, her presence a constant reminder of the chaos that lay ahead. Would we emerge whole, or would we become another lost tale in her ruthless tapestry? With each heartbeat, the air thickened, tension coiling around us, a living thing ready to strike. The night was ours, and yet it belonged to her, the goddess of love and sexuality, an insatiable hunger that craved us all. In the midst of the darkness, our paths twisted and turned, pulling us closer to the heart of the storm, where love and despair collided in a breathtaking explosion of raw emotion, waiting to envelop us whole, to consume our very souls. The clock struck midnight, each chime reverberating like the heartbeat of the cosmos. Outside, shadows danced under the dim lanterns, whispering secrets of the dark. A figure stood at the edge of the cliff, hair whipping wildly in the wind, as if it were alive. Yasmin, eyes wide, heart racing, was held captive by the abyss below, where the sea roared like a mad beast, restless and unforgiving. She clutched the silken amulet of Manāt, the fate goddess, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. A promise, or perhaps a curse, she couldn't tell anymore. Every breath she drew was filled with memories, shattered dreams, flickering hopes, and the heavy weight of fate. Her brother, Amir, was lost. Not to death, but to the grip of despair, a darkness swallowing him whole. And here, at the edge where land met the unknown, she fought the urge to leap, to join him in whatever fate lay beneath the waves. But she remembered their laughter, their childhood shared beneath the sun's gentle gaze, shadows long and carefree. They had whispered to the stars, made promises that felt infinite, yet here they were, fractured by the cruel hand of fate. Yasmin, a voice broke through the storm in her mind. Amir's voice, fragile like glass, echoed in the recesses of her heart. Help me. It wasn't the first time she heard him call from the depths of his troubled spirit. The weight of his sorrow wrapped around her like a shroud, each day bringing fresh reminders of his suffering. She could see the flicker of his spirit dimming like a candle, and the thought, oh, that gnawing thought, what if she couldn't save him? What if the threads of fate were woven so tightly that even the goddess herself couldn't untangle them? She turned her eyes from the roaring sea, forcing herself back to the now, to the living breath of the world. The city behind her, aglow with flickering candles and laughter, felt like a distant memory, a ghost haunting her every thought. People danced, oblivious to the war raging within her. Fate is cruel, she whispered to the night. Manāt, hear me, but the winds did not answer. Instead, they howled, carrying with them the scent of salt and sorrow. Across town, Amir sat in their family's once cherished home, now a hollow shell echoing with his own despair. He was a silhouette slumped against the wall, eyes glazed over, as if the world had shifted and left him behind. A bottle lay on the table, remnants of his dreams pooled at the bottom. Each sip was a desperate plea for solace, but instead, it dug him deeper into an abyss from which he felt there was no return. I can't get through to you, Yasmin pleaded, her chest tightening. She felt the weight of her love for him, heavy like a stone lodged in her throat. I need you to fight. But he wouldn't listen. Fate had wrapped its icy fingers around his heart, squeezing until he was a mere shell of the vibrant boy who once raced against the wind. Time, oh that relentless beast, pressed on, each tick of the clock drawing him further away from her reach. They were both bound by the whims of Manāt, whose presence loomed like a spectre. In the silence that followed, an idea crept into Yasmin's mind, a risky gambit, a desperate play against the tapestry of fate. The stories spoke of those who had dared confront the goddess, of mortals who had clawed their way to her ear, demanding a change. She could feel the weight of the amulet like an anchor pulling her deeper into the unknown. What if, she thought, heart racing, what if I could bargain with her? And so, she ventured through the shadows of the city, the streets alive with the pulse of the festival, but she felt none of its joy. Each face she passed was a mask, laughter hollow, echoes of a life she no longer belonged to. She had seen the threads of fate weave through their lives, bright and unbroken, while her own had frayed and knotted, a tangled mess of despair. With every step toward the temple of Manāt, the weight of her resolve intensified. She could almost hear the goddess's voice, silky and cold, whispering promises that tasted like heartbreak. "What will you sacrifice?" Sacrifice. The word dripped through her thoughts like poison. What was she willing to give? What was worth the price? Her heart raced with the enormity of her decision. "I would trade my own happiness," she murmured, the truth raw on her tongue. "I would give my soul." At the temple's threshold, the air thickened, heavy with expectation. Flickering candles cast shadows that danced like specters, reminding her of the ghosts of her past. She stepped inside, the cool stone beneath her feet grounding her, even as her heart threatened to fly into the void. The altar stood before her, grand and imposing, bathed in flickering light that seemed to pulse with life. "Manāt," she called, voice trembling yet fierce, "I stand before you, desperate and lost. My brother is drowning in darkness. I would barter my fate for his. I offer my joy, my laughter, even my memories. Just bring him back to me." Silence filled the space, thick and suffocating, and in that stillness, Yasmin felt her heartbeat echo around her. Was this madness? Had she truly stepped into the realm of the divine, or was it merely the fevered dream of a girl losing herself? But then, a soft wind stirred, carrying whispers that danced around her like a ghostly waltz. "Fate is not so easily swayed," it seemed to say, a voice like the rustling of leaves. "What you seek is woven into the very fabric of your lives." Yasmin took a breath, the reality of her situation crashing down upon her. To confront the goddess was not merely to seek a favor, it was to challenge the cosmos itself. The weight of her emotions threatened to pull her under, fear, heartbreak, hope, all tangled together. Each moment stretched into eternity, each heartbeat a reminder of everything that was at stake. "Manāt," she cried out again, her voice breaking. "Tell me what I must do." The answer lay in the shadows, in the echoes of those who had come before her. In that moment, she understood, fate was not only a force, but a reflection of the choices they made, the love they shared, the sacrifices they were willing to endure. And with that realization, Yasmin stood at the precipice, ready to fight not just for Amir, but for the very essence of what it meant to be human. In that haunting, breathless moment, she became the embodiment of hope, the kind that lights the darkest corners of despair. As the winds whispered secrets, and the cosmos watched with bated breath, Yasmin prepared to weave her own destiny. In the dance between fate and choice, she would not let fear silence her heart. The goddess may hold the strings, but she, Yasmin, would learn to tug at them with all the love she had, with all the rage against the darkness threatening to swallow them whole. And in the silence that followed, she realized the battle was only beginning. The wind howled through the desolate sands, a haunting whisper that curled around the jagged rocks. It was a night when shadows danced, their long fingers reaching for the hearts of the living. Fatima stood alone, clenching her fists, the weight of her decision pressing down like the heavy, suffocating air before a storm. She could feel the pulse of the desert beneath her feet, a heartbeat that matched her own, a frantic rhythm, alive with ancient secrets. The moon hung like a ghostly eye, watching, judging, waiting. "I remember," she breathed, her voice barely above the wind. "I remember the tales my grandmother spun by the fire, the way her eyes sparkled when she spoke of the Jinn." She closed her eyes, lost in the memory, her heart racing. Those tales weren't just stories, they were warnings, echoes of a time when the line between the seen and unseen blurred. "One night," she said, "a Jinn stole a child's laughter, leaving only silence behind." The desert had its own language, one that spoke in sighs and shouts. Fatima had grown up believing the Jinn were merely figments of imagination, a tribal ghost story meant to keep children in line. But tonight, standing on the precipice of her own fate, she felt their presence, a weight in the air that churned her gut. She was here to make a choice, to summon a spirit, and the thought made her skin prickle. Across the dunes, Ahmed watched her, his heart in a vice grip. He loved her, a love that burned hotter than the sun-drenched sands. But the choice she was about to make felt like a knife cutting through the tether of their shared dreams. "Fatima, don't," he shouted, his voice swallowed by the wind. "You don't know what you're doing." The shadows clung to him, twisting around his legs like the ghosts of promises unfulfilled. "I remember," he rasped, "the way we laughed under the stars, how we whispered our dreams into the dark, believing they could fly. But now, that laughter felt like a distant echo, and hope seemed like a mirage, shimmering and unattainable. There's a price for everything, Fatima. You can't barter your soul for a wish." Her eyes snapped open, blazing with determination, yet clouded with fear. "I'm doing this for us. For the future we dreamed of." The ground beneath her trembled with the weight of her conviction, and for a moment, it felt as if the very earth agreed. She felt alive and hollow at the same time, a battle of emotion swirling within her like a tempest. The air thickened, charged with the energy of the unseen. She could feel them, the Jinn, spirits of the desert, restless and vengeful. Their laughter echoed in her mind, a cacophony of voices that promised power but threatened to consume her whole. "Forgive me," she whispered into the darkness, a prayer that danced on her lips. "I need you." In the depths of the night, shadows began to stir, forming shapes that twisted and writhed. The ground beneath her feet pulsed with an eerie glow, illuminating the faces of her ancestors, a gallery of souls, each holding onto pieces of their fractured stories. "You cannot play with forces you do not understand," one whispered, a voice both familiar and strange, sending chills down her spine. Ahmed stepped forward, desperation clawing at his throat. "Please, Fatima. Come back. You don't need this." His breath hitched in his chest, a crescendo of fear and love battling for dominance. "This isn't just about you anymore, it's about us." But she was caught in a riptide of resolve and fear. "I remember the nights we shared our dreams as if they were the very stars in the sky, falling just for us." Her heart raced, a wild drumbeat that demanded action. "I will not let fear take that away." Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, and the wind howled louder, a warning. The Jinn stirred, their presence more palpable than ever, swirling around her like smoke, intoxicating but dangerous. One of them, a figure cloaked in shadows and fire, stepped forward, its eyes like burning coals. "What is it you seek, child of the earth?" the voice hissed, echoing like thunder in her soul. "I seek a wish," she declared, her voice trembling yet fierce. "A future, a chance to break free from this despair." "Every wish comes with a cost," it whispered, a promise wrapped in menace. "What will you give?" Ahmed's heart sank, a chasm opening beneath him. "Fatima, please." He could feel the tears stinging his eyes, a torrent of emotions threatening to drown him. "Don't you see? It's a trap. They will take everything from you." But Fatima was lost in the storm, her will a lighthouse guiding her through the darkness. She felt the Jinn's power, a raw, electric energy coursing through her veins. "I'm willing to pay," she cried, desperation and hope merging into one. The Jinn paused, studying her with an intensity that made the air shimmer. "Then let it be so," it said, and Fatima's heart raced as she felt the very fabric of reality shift around her. In that moment, she was a goddess and a fool, standing at the precipice of something greater than herself, yet so terrifyingly small. As the first tendrils of dawn began to creep over the horizon, a chilling silence enveloped the desert, broken only by the heavy breathing of two souls entwined in fate. The shadows receded, but the weight of the choice hung in the air, thick and palpable. Ahmed reached out, their fingers brushing, a ghostly touch that sent shivers down her spine. "No matter what happens, I will always be here," he said, his voice barely a whisper, heavy with unspoken fears. But the chasm between them yawned wider, and the echoes of the Jinn's laughter filled the space where their dreams once soared. The sun began to rise, a golden orb of promise, but Fatima could feel the darkness clinging to her, whispering secrets she wasn't sure she could bear. Her heart thundered in her chest, a wild, frantic rhythm that echoed the desert secrets. The lines between desire and consequence blurred, and as the day broke, she felt the world shift beneath her feet, a dance of shadows and light on the precipice of something unimaginable. And just like that, the moment hung suspended in time, a perfect balance of dread and longing, an eternal echo of what it meant to be human, a bittersweet ache that would never fade. The air crackled with the tension of the impending storm, each rumble of thunder a heartbeat that quickened the blood in my veins. Rain fell like a curtain, blurring the lines between reality and the spectral. I stood at the edge of the ancient ruin, the stone slick and glistening, a graveyard for secrets long swallowed by time. The legends of the Jinn whispered through the wind, their voices twisted with longing and malice. I could feel them, hovering just beyond the periphery of sight, watching, waiting. Far off in the shadows of the crumbling archways, I spotted him, Amir. His eyes, wild and desperate, darted like a cornered animal. He was searching for answers, for the release that only a Jinn could offer. A heavy weight settled in my stomach, the kind that gnawed at your insides and pulled you down into darkness. Amir, I called, my voice a shaky whisper. You don't have to do this. But the storm had whispered its promises in his ear: power, revenge, a chance to reclaim what was stolen. The death of his sister, Layla, a wound still festering, pulsated with every breath he took. I remembered the day he lost her, the day the world turned grey. If I can just find the Jinn, he had said, raw desperation lacing his words, I can bring her back. What he didn't understand was that legends are heavy with cost, and every wish has a price that echoes into eternity. Stay back, he shouted, his voice cracking like the thunder above, as if he could scare away the truth. My heart raced, clawing against my ribcage. I could see the flicker of something terrible in his eyes, a darkness that threatened to consume him. Was it grief, or something deeper? Something that had always lain dormant, waiting for this moment? The storm raged on, and I felt the cold fingers of fear tracing my spine. I stepped closer, my resolve hardening. Amir, listen to me. This Jinn, it's not what you think. I remember the tales whispered in hushed tones, the laughter that echoed from the shadows when the Jinn were invoked. They were not just spirits, they were chaos incarnate, bound to the whims of those who summoned them. You don't know what you're dealing with. He turned sharply, and for a moment, I saw the boy he once was, the boy who laughed freely, who danced in the sun. But that boy was buried beneath layers of sorrow and rage, and I was terrified of what might emerge from the depths. I know what I want. His words lashed out at me, like the wind whipping around us, sharp and unyielding. I want her back. And then, from the depths of that ancient darkness, a whisper, a chill that wrapped around my heart like a vice. The Jinn were stirring. I felt it in the very air, a shift, a crackle of energy that sent shivers coursing through my skin. Shadows danced along the walls, winking in and out of existence. Amir! I screamed, but the storm swallowed my voice whole. In the midst of the chaos, Layla appeared. A flickering spectre of who she once was, her face marked with sorrow but framed by a smile that could haunt a person's dreams. Amir, she said, voice like silk wrapped in ice. You shouldn't have come here. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The tension shifted. I could feel the Jinn swirling around us, their laughter echoing in the shadows, mocking, taunting. They thrived on our pain, our desires twisted into something grotesque. What have you done? Amir's voice trembled, a broken string, ready to snap. Nothing yet, she said, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow, a depth of sorrow that transcended mere mortality. But you must understand, Amir. Life and death are not so easily undone. The storm outside intensified, the winds howling as if the very sky was protesting against this blasphemy of desires. And there I stood, a witness to the unraveling. My heart pounded. I remembered the stories, the ones that haunted the corners of old markets, the ones shared among children huddled around flickering fires. Tales of wishes granted, and wishes that turned to ash. Don't listen to her. I shouted, my voice a desperate plea. She's not real. But Amir was entranced, caught in a web of longing and desperation. The shadows around us thickened, swirling like smoke, slipping past the edge of comprehension. I can bring her back, he whispered, conviction morphing into obsession. I can make everything right. Can you? Layla's voice, sweet yet laced with an underlying sorrow, echoed through the stone ruins, wrapping around us like a suffocating fog. What will you sacrifice? The question hung heavy in the air, a noose tightening around Amir's heart. The Jinn giggled softly, their laughter a dissonance in the storm, and I felt the chill of their presence seep into my bones. This was a moment where time ceased to exist, where nothing mattered but the choices we made, the burdens we carried. I could see it all unraveling, a tapestry of grief woven with strands of desperation, fraying at the edges. "No," I whispered, though it felt like a prayer. "Amir, please." The word slipped from my lips like a last-ditch effort, a desperate grasp at the fleeting threads of sanity. "Let her go. You can't bring her back. You can only lose more." But Amir was already lost, the storm consuming him whole, his eyes glazed with a glimmer of madness and hope. Time stretched, each moment an eternity, the air thick with the promise of ruin. "I will pay any price," he swore, his words igniting a spark in the shadows. And as the storm raged above, the Jinn answered him. Their laughter was the last sound I heard before everything dissolved into chaos. The ground trembled beneath our feet, and I felt the weight of their choices settle heavily on my chest, a suffocating reminder of the complexities of desire, love, and loss. In that moment, as shadows converged and the echoes of nightmares intertwined with the whispers of bygone days, I understood the lesson that legends taught: the line between salvation and damnation is often drawn in the hearts of those who dare to wish. The ground trembles, a quiet rumble that shakes the very air in the valley. The sky, bruised and swollen, hangs heavy with unspent fury. I stand there, alone among the whispering trees, feeling their ancient roots claw at the earth as if trying to pull it back into the void. It is a moment that stretches, taut like a bowstring, begging to snap. And when it does, it unleashes chaos, a tempest of creation that will either forge worlds or drown them. I remember the fear that gripped my heart, the relentless ache in my chest as the first flash of lightning split the horizon. Myra, her eyes wide with terror, clutched my arm, her breath quickening like a rabbit caught in the hunter's gaze. "What if it doesn't stop?" she gasped, her voice trembling as she cast a desperate glance toward the darkening sky. But I had no answers, only an overwhelming sense that this was just the beginning. The revolution of the cosmos was upon us, and we were mere sparks in the inferno. Myra was not just a companion, she was the tether to my sanity, a force of chaos wrapped in fragility. Her smile could light the bleakest of nights, and her laughter was the only music I craved. Yet within her lay an abyss of doubt. She often spoke of the stories her mother told, tales of old gods wrestling in the void, of chaos birthing order, but she feared that chaos was all that awaited us. I could feel that fear in her grip, a tightening that mirrored the storm above. And then there was Yarrick, the restless soul, the creator who feared his own creations. He was the sculptor of dreams, the architect of fantasies, and yet he could not escape the shadow of his own ambition. I watched him standing at the edge of the clearing, a wild look in his eye, the lightning reflecting off his jagged features. "It's all wrong. They are wrong," he shouted to the heavens, his voice rising above the cacophony. The chaos spoke to him, whispered promises of grandeur, while he wrestled with the reality that creation often bore the weight of destruction. He had once told me, over a flickering fire, to create is to gamble with the essence of life. Every stroke, every breath, it could either birth a paradise or unleash hell. But in that moment, I saw the hell he feared. It flickered in his gaze, like the tempest above us. Myra, ever the empathetic one, reached for him, her voice a soothing balm. "Yarrick, we must believe," she urged, her faith a fragile thread stitching our fates together. But the heavens had no mercy. The storm grew, and the air crackled with something primal, something that felt akin to the first breath of existence itself. I could almost taste the electricity, bitter on my tongue, as the ground beneath us heaved and bucked, splitting open like a wound. Shadows danced around us, flickering, whispering secrets of ancient times, and I was torn between terror and awe. I remember looking down into that abyss, a chasm that yawned wide, revealing a darkness so profound it seemed to swallow the very light of the stars. The weight of history pressed against me, a palpable force echoing the stories of those who had come before, of gods and titans locked in eternal struggle, of worlds birthed and broken. And there, amidst the chaos, I felt the echoes of creation itself, an overwhelming rush of energy, pulsing, vibrating with life. I turned to Yarrick, his face as pale as the moon emerging from behind the clouds. "What do we do?" I cried, the words tearing from my throat, raw and desperate. What can we do? His eyes met mine, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the turmoil within him. The creator, the destroyer, the paradox of existence reflected back at me. We embrace it, he breathed, the conviction grounding his wild spirit. We let it flow. The world will form around our fears and hopes, and we must stand at the center, unyielding. Myra nodded, her fingers intertwining with ours, a silent pact that bound us together. The storm roared, a voice of thunder and longing, and in that cacophony, I felt the pulse of creation beckoning, raw, instinctual, a call that demanded to be answered. Then, without warning, the ground gave way, and we were plunged into the depths of that chasm. Time twisted, stretched, and I felt as though I were being pulled through the very fabric of reality. Memories flashed before my eyes, snippets of laughter, tears, the warmth of a hug, the biting chill of loneliness. They flickered like stars, moments of life that shaped us, the essence of creation and destruction entwined. The darkness enveloped us, but within that void, I could sense something stirring, a flicker of light, a whisper of hope. It was as if the universe held its breath, waiting for us to ignite the spark, to give it form. We are not alone, I realized, the thought breaking through the haze of fear. In that chaotic dance of existence, we were not mere pawns, we were the architects of our destinies. The storm roared above, but down here, in the heart of creation, we stood firm. I could feel Yarek's determination, not just to create but to embrace the chaos, to shape it with our very beings. And as the darkness threatened to consume us, something remarkable began to unfold. It was not just the world being born, but ourselves, our fears, our hopes, our very souls entwined in the fabric of reality. The storm above raged on, but down within the depths, a light began to flicker, an undeniable testament to the power of creation. I remember the moment when the chaos began to crystallize, each fragment of emotion coalescing into form, shaping the world around us. The storm, the earth, and we, interwoven in a tapestry of existence, suspended in a moment that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. And so, as the chasm pulsed with life and the storm raged on above, I felt the pulse of the universe echoing in my chest. Creation was not just an ending or a beginning, it was the raw, bleeding heart of existence, an eternal cycle that would continue to spin long after we faded into echoes. In that moment, time ceased to exist, and we were both everything and nothing, creators and creations, bound by the same cosmic dance. The world was forming, and we were ready to embrace whatever emerged from the abyss. The moon hung low, a silent witness to the chaos unfolding beneath its unforgiving gaze. Dust swirled up from the dry earth, a tempest of anxiety and fear that mingled with the sharp scent of sweat and horseflesh. I could hear the frantic whinnies of the stallions, their piercing cries echoing in the stillness, as if they sensed the dread lurking in the shadows. I stood frozen, heart pounding, the chill of the night creeping into my bones. This was not just a moment, this was a reckoning. I remember the flickering lanterns in the distance, their warm glow a stark contrast to the icy grip of uncertainty that tightened around my throat. I could feel it, the weight of history pressing down on me, the stories of generations whispering through the wind. My hands trembled as I gripped the worn leather reins, a connection to a legacy that seemed to vibrate with every heartbeat. The Arabian horse, my obsession, my salvation, my curse. And then there was Layla. Her dark eye sparkled with defiance, even as fear painted her features. She was the flame that ignited my passion and the storm that tore at my heart. I remember the nights we spent under the stars, dreaming of freedom, of galloping across the desert, our laughter mingling with the echoes of ancient tales. But now, as the tension thickened like fog, I saw the shadows of doubt flicker across her face. "They are not just horses," she whispered, her voice trembling. "They are legends. Legends." The Arabian horse, with its haunting beauty, had danced through the corridors of time, becoming a symbol of nobility, of grace. But tonight, beneath the ghostly moon, that symbolism felt heavy and suffocating. I remembered the stories of warriors mounted on their sleek backs, racing towards glory, of Bedouin tribes entwined in the very essence of their beings. They were more than mere animals, they were the embodiment of the spirit itself. And yet, what spirit was left in the darkness? The air crackled with tension as Malik emerged from the shadows, his silhouette framed by the flickering lanterns. He was a man burdened by contradictions, loyalty and ambition battling within him. His blue eyes, so striking, now held a storm of conflict. I could see it, the fear of losing everything he cherished, the weight of family honor pressing down like a shroud. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but the words crumbled before they left his lips. "We can't let them have the horses," he finally said, a growl barely contained. What was at stake? The horses or something far greater? I glanced at Layla, her expression mirroring my own turmoil. These horses were our connection to our past, our identity. But were we willing to sacrifice everything for them? The thought clawed at my insides, raw and relentless. I remembered the tales, the blood of the horses mingling with the blood of the fallen, the legends of betrayal and sacrifice echoing through the ages. My heart raced, time slipping away like grains of sand. The night deepened, shadows lengthening as the wind howled mournfully, carrying with it the weight of our histories. I could almost hear the whispers of our ancestors urging us to choose wisely. Layla stepped closer, her breath warm against my cheek, grounding me in this moment. "We can't let fear dictate our choices," she said, voice fierce yet tender. Her hands trembled as they clasped mine, a lifeline in a sea of uncertainty. "We owe it to them, to us, to fight." Fight. The word resonated with electrifying power, igniting a spark deep within. I could feel the pulse of the ancient desert coursing through my veins. Memories flooded back, images of galloping hooves pounding against the earth, wild and free. The Arabian horse, a creature woven into the very fabric of our souls, a symbol of resilience, of beauty forged in the fires of adversity. But what did it mean to fight? For the horses? For our heritage? For ourselves? The question spiraled, a tempest of emotions crashing against the walls I'd built around my heart. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air, a shrill scream echoing through the night, shattering the fragile tension that hung above us. I turned, instincts honed, adrenaline surging as I ran toward the noise. It felt like the universe itself was collapsing, a cacophony of chaos demanding justice, vengeance, clarity. Malik and Layla followed, their footsteps pounding in sync with my racing heart. As we reached the stables, the sight before us was horrifying. Shadows lurked, figures cloaked in darkness, their intent as clear as the moon above. They were here for the horses, and with them came the haunting spectre of loss. I could see Malik's jaw clench, the weight of his heritage hanging in the balance. Layla's breath hitched beside me, the fire in her eyes replaced by fear. I felt a surge of protectiveness rise within me, a primal instinct that demanded action. But as I took a step forward, a chilling realization washed over me: I could lose them both. The intensity of that thought settled like a stone in my stomach. The horses were a legacy, but Layla and Malik were living, breathing embodiments of my spirit. "We have to stand together," I said, the words tumbling out in a rush. "Not just for the horses, but for each other. Together." The word hung in the air, fragile yet powerful, a promise wrapped in uncertainty. My heart raced as I turned to face the encroaching shadows, my hands trembling around the reins of destiny. The essence of the Arabian horse surged in my veins, an echo of bravery, a whisper of legends long forgotten. This was our moment, a battle not just for survival, but for our souls. And as the confrontation loomed, I felt the weight of the night settle over us, thick and heavy, a tapestry woven with fear, hope, and the undeniable truth that we were all bound by the same thread, an unbreakable connection to the past and a fierce determination to forge our own future. Time held its breath, the universe waiting with bated breath, as we stood on the precipice of our destiny, a swirling storm of emotions, memories, and dreams pulling us ever deeper into the heart of the myth, into the essence of the Arabian horse. The wind howled like a banshee, tearing through the arid landscape, whipping up clouds of dust and despair. Beneath the pallid light of a dying sun, two figures stood, hearts pounding like war drums. Their eyes locked, but their souls lay miles apart, tangled in a web of betrayal and unspoken truths. I remember the silence, a chasm so vast it could swallow entire worlds. Time slipped through our fingers like grains of sand, each moment heavier than the last. Ruqayya, fierce and untamed, her long dark hair trailing like shadows behind her, faced Harun with a tempest brewing in her chest. A torrent of emotions raged within her, a mix of anger, fear, and something she dared not name. "You could have saved him," she seethed, her voice low and deadly, a whip crack against the stillness. "You stood by, and now he's gone, a ghost on the wind." The weight of her accusation hung between them like a noose, each word a dagger piercing deep into the fragile fabric of their bond. Harun's heart cracked, a painful, splintering sound that echoed in the recesses of his mind. "And you think I wanted this?" His voice trembled, each syllable heavy with regret. "I fought, Ruqayya. I always fought." His hands, calloused and scarred, gestured widely, as if trying to wrestle the very shadows that trailed them. "But the gods are merciless. I am but a man." In that moment, the world faded, leaving only the two of them suspended in a cacophony of grief. The desert stretched before them, an ocean of sand, each grain whispering tales of ancient prophets, figures lost to time yet alive in the echoes of their struggles. I remember the stories my grandmother told, her voice a haunting melody that beckoned us closer to the fire's warmth. They bathed once a year, she'd chuckle, the absurdity of it all spilling into laughter. So yeah, romance was earthy. But now, the laughter felt like a ghost, haunting the edges of their bitter reality. Ruqayya's breath caught in her throat, visions of her brother's laughter, his smile, flooded her mind. She remembered the promise she made to protect him. A promise shattered like glass underfoot. "You knew the risks," she spat, rage blistering her insides. "You knew the price of defiance." The word stung, each one a reminder of their own failures. The remnants of their childhood dreams lay strewn like fallen leaves. Harun's eyes darkened, shadows dancing across his features. "I didn't choose this path, Ruqayya. The prophets warned us through the ages. What do you think we are? Chosen?" His voice cracked, the weight of despair soaking into every syllable. He felt small, insignificant, a mere speck in the universe's grand tapestry, threads of fate weaving around him like chains. "I stood at the crossroads, and I chose, perhaps foolishly, but I chose." They were caught in a vicious cycle, the very air around them thick with despair. The sun dipped lower, a fiery orb swallowed by the horizon, casting silhouettes of doubt and dread. The night would soon wrap around them like a shroud, an unwelcome harbinger of deeper darkness. And yet, beneath the bleakness, a flicker of hope clung stubbornly, a spark refusing to be snuffed out. Dreams of better days, of laughter echoing through the canyons of their hearts. I remember the stories of Adam, how he fought against the weight of existence, how he succumbed to temptation, Ruqayya murmured, her voice softer now, haunted. "We are no different, Harun. We are but echoes of their choices." Her heart thudded painfully as she recalled the lessons of the past, tales of prophets whose struggles mirrored their own. The burden of fate lay heavy upon them, yet here they stood, grappling with their own demons. A shiver raced down her spine. The night thickened, shadows creeping closer, whispering secrets of betrayal and lost hopes. It was as though the very cosmos twisted and writhed in agony, mirroring their turmoil. Harun's gaze softened, and a flicker of understanding passed between them, a recognition of shared pain, of wounds that refused to heal. "You think the gods don't weep for us?" he asked, his voice trembling. "You think they don't feel our sorrow?" The air crackled with unspoken words, emotion swirling like a tempest above them. Each heartbeat echoed with ancient rhythms, stories woven into the very fabric of humanity, tales of love and loss, of heroes and martyrs. They were but fragments of a greater tale, each life a mere heartbeat in the grand symphony of existence. The wind howled in response, a mournful cry that tugged at the edges of their souls. They stood together, caught in the web of their shared grief, yet somehow, in that moment, the darkness felt lighter. Ruqayya reached for Harun's hand, fingers gently brushing against his, the warmth breaking through the cold armor they wore. "We are flawed," she whispered, her heart racing, "but we are alive. And we can fight, together." The clock ticked ominously, each tick a reminder that time waits for no one. The night deepened, and the stars flickered to life, an ancient audience bearing witness to their plight. Harun squeezed her hand, the fire of defiance igniting within him once more. Then let us be the change, he said, his voice steady now, the storm within him settling. Let us rise, as they did. We are the echoes of the prophets. In that moment, they became more than just two souls trapped in despair. They transformed into warriors of their own narrative, ready to confront the phantoms of their past, to weave a tapestry of resilience from the threads of their pain. The wind carried their resolve to the farthest reaches of the universe, where the forgotten stories of ancient prophets danced like embers in the night sky. And as the shadows whispered, the stars blinked knowingly, for the saga of Ruqayya and Harun was merely beginning, an eternal loop, entwined with the myths of 1,000 lifetimes, where every heartbeat pulsed with the essence of humanity's struggle against the darkness. Thunder clapped above the marketplace, a dark omen that rattled the wooden stalls, sending a tremor through the hearts of merchants and travelers alike. I stood there, drenched by the torrential downpour, my skin prickling with the raw energy of an unleashed storm, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and desperation. I remember the faces, haggard, eyes wide, mouths muttering prayers to gods they had long since abandoned. It was a crucible of the old world, where the weight of trade routes bore the stories of countless souls, where myths were born and buried under the shifting sands of time. Celia, a fierce woman with fire in her heart and scars on her soul, darted through the chaos, her copper hair a fiery beacon against the dreary backdrop. Her hands clutched a small pouch, the only remnant of her father's legacy, a merchant who had once thrived on these very streets. Now, they were merely bones resting under the soil of broken dreams. I watched her, heart racing, knowing the tempest of trade and myth had forged her into a vessel of both hope and despair. The whispers of ancient gods echoed in her footsteps, shadows swirled around her like restless spirits, urging her on, providing both comfort and torment. Then there was Harun, a silent figure who wore his grief like a cloak. He had watched the tapestries of his lineage unravel before his eyes, the rich threads of trade weaving through lands that had turned hostile, consumed by greed and bloodshed. His hands bore the markings of labor, rough and calloused, hands that once cradled dreams but now clawed at the earth as if trying to unearth a glimmer of the past. Every step he took through the rain felt like a pilgrimage through a wasteland of forgotten myths, where the ghosts of his ancestors whispered bitter truths. I could feel his anguish, the way it wound around his heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. "Celia," he shouted, his voice raw and frayed. "We need to leave. The storm isn't just the weather, it's a warning." His eyes darted toward the distant silhouettes of traders, once vibrant now reduced to desperate figures driven mad by the promise of gold and the weight of loss. But Celia, oh Celia, she remained rooted in place, staring into the horizon as if it held the answers to questions she dared not speak aloud. "I remember the stories, Harun," she said, her tone both fierce and fragile, a paradox wrapped in a veil of defiance. "They say that the winds carry the whispers of the dead. They tell tales of love lost, battles fought, and gods that walk among us in the guise of the weary traveler. Each word was a bolt of lightning, illuminating the darkness that threatened to consume us." "Those are just stories," he shouted, anguish echoing in his voice. "Myths crafted by the hungry to justify their greed. They don't save lives, Celia. They don't bring back the lost." His hands trembled, and I could see the storm within him brewing, a tempest that matched the fury of the skies overhead. But Celia's resolve was unyielding, like the iron that once forged swords in the fires of ancient foundries. "Yet, these tales are our connection," she replied, a haunting melody laced with sorrow. "They are the threads that bind us to those who traded their lives for dreams, who traversed these very paths in search of something greater. If we forget them, if we let the trade routes twist into barren roads of bloodshed, then we lose ourselves." The rain poured down, churning the mud beneath our feet into an unholy mix of earth and sorrow. I felt every droplet like the tears of those who had walked these routes before us, every flash of lightning illuminating the sacrifices made for a few grains of hope. Shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, a cacophony of voices that spoke of ancient pacts, of gods who demanded tributes in flesh and fire. The very air around us crackled with tension, heavy with the scent of betrayal and desperation. And then, as if summoned by her words, the shadows coalesced into a figure clad in tattered robes, the embodiment of legends long forgotten. His eyes shimmered like distant stars, holding the weight of eternity. "You seek to understand the myths, do you?" he rasped, his voice like gravel, each syllable a stone cast into the depths of despair. These trade routes are more than mere paths, they are veins of the earth, pulsating with the blood of the dead. Harun recoiled, clutching his heart as if the spectre's words struck him. "What do you want from us?" he demanded, voice trembling. The figure stepped closer, and I felt the chill seep into my bones. "You are both vessels of stories untold. The trade routes have fed your souls, but they have also feasted upon your fears. Will you continue to wander lost, or will you forge your own myth?" Celia straightened, the fire in her eyes igniting even in the face of the supernatural. "We will not be silenced. The stories must live on, even if they break us," she declared, her voice a battle cry against the encroaching darkness. With those words, the storm raged anew, and I felt the world around us shudder, the very fabric of reality hanging by a thread as the power of myth and trade clashed in an unholy dance. I could taste the tension in the air, feel the history that wrapped around us like a shroud. Dreams intertwined with nightmares, and in that moment, the weight of countless souls pressed upon our shoulders, urging us to remember and to fight. As thunder roared in reply, I knew the myths were alive, breathing through us, weaving our fates together in an intricate tapestry of pain, hope, and undeniable courage. The trade routes would shape our destinies, they were a living, breathing entity, and whether we succumbed to them or triumphed would be a story whispered through the ages. And just as I felt the world crack and split like the sky above, the figure began to fade, leaving only a whisper in the howling wind, "Make your path, craft your myth. But remember, the shadows will always follow." My heart raced, a drumbeat echoing the chaos around us. The rain poured down, a relentless torrent, and I could hear the echoes of legends past mingling with the cries of lost souls. I could feel the tension in the air, a tightrope strung high above a chasm of despair. This was just the beginning, an initiation into the unending cycle of trade and myth, and I was caught in the middle, tethered to the whims of the gods and the choices of the living. The storm was far from over. The air is thick with the scent of smoke, a haze that curls through the dimly lit gathering, wrapping itself around the figures huddled in whispered urgency. Laughter dances dangerously close to the edge of despair, a fragile weft of sound overshadowed by the weight of unspoken fears. In the corner, a woman stands, her silhouette striking against flickering flames, eyes blazing with a fire of defiance. They call her Allāt, and her heart beats with the rhythms of ancient stories, tales carved into stone as much as they are woven into the very fabric of her soul. I remember the night she dared to challenge the gods. It was a full moon, casting silvery shadows that stretched and twisted like the secrets hidden in the hearts of her tribe. The elders had gathered, their voices gravelly with age, murmuring about fate and the inevitability of doom. Yet Allāt, young and fierce, her spirit a tempest, felt the pulse of something more in her veins, a whisper that begged to be released. "Do you think I am afraid?" she spat, her voice a blade that sliced through the fog of their fears. The elders recoiled, and a hush fell like a shroud, wrapping around the gathering with a chilling finality. They were used to women knowing their places, tethered to the earth, bound by the weight of their roles. But Allāt was a storm, untamed and relentless, refusing to be anchored. Nearby, Zaid watched, his heart a drum thudding in the silence. He was not just an observer, he was her secret lover, her tether to the world of soft smiles and stolen glances. He saw the fire in her eyes, and it drew him closer, even as it terrified him. Here was a woman who could shake the very foundations of the myths that shaped their lives. But he too was trapped in a labyrinth of expectations. He was a man, and what was his role in a story where the heroine dared to challenge the gods? I remember the weight of his indecision, the way it clung to him like a shroud. In that moment, he wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the precipice of her destiny. "Allāt," he whispered, but the word fell like a stone into the abyss between them, swallowed by the echoes of history. The elders, their faces lined with the creases of ancient wisdom, began chanting, their voices a cacophony of dread and belief. They spoke of the great goddess, a figure veiled in shadows, who ruled the fates of men and women alike. But Allāt felt a different calling, a pull toward the unknown, a yearning that clawed at her insides. "I will not be a pawn in your games," she declared, her voice strong, anchoring the tremors of uncertainty swirling around her. And in that moment, she became a myth herself. The flames danced higher, casting eerie, flickering images on the faces surrounding her, faces twisted with doubt, faces that had forgotten the thrill of rebellion. But Allāt remembered. She remembered the stories her mother had told her under the cloak of night, of women warriors who had carved their paths through the blood and dust of battlefields, of wise women who spoke to the stars and drew magic from the earth. She felt the weight of their legacies pressing against her heart, urging her forward. Zaid's heart pounded, the rhythm echoing in his ears as he saw the transformation unfolding before him. She was no longer just Allāt, she was the embodiment of every woman who had ever been silenced, a voice rising from the ashes of despair. What right did he have to hold her back? And yet, terror gnawed at him, the fear of losing her, of watching her break free into a world that could swallow her whole. I remember, he murmured, eyes wide, when they told us tales of the women who danced with the moon, who defied the gods. In his mind, he could still hear the laughter echoing through the dusty streets of their village, a haunting melody that mixed with the cries of despair. They had all but become ghosts of their former selves, trapped in a cycle of obedience and fear. But Allāt was a spark, igniting the air around her, and as she raised her arms to the heavens, defiance coursing through her veins, the ground beneath them trembled. "I will reclaim our stories," she shouted, her voice resonating through the darkness. "I will bring forth the truth that lies buried beneath centuries of silence." The air thickened with anticipation, a pulse that drummed against their chests. Shadows lurked at the edges of the gathering, ancient forces stirred, sensing the shift in the balance of power. And for Zaid, it wasn't just about Allāt anymore, it was about the legacy they were about to forge together, the shadows of their ancestors whispering of change. Yet doubt clawed at him. What would happen to her once she unleashed the fury of the forgotten? He wanted to scream, to warn her, but the words wouldn't form. Instead, he stepped forward, the ground beneath him solid, a resolve ignited. Allāt would not stand alone. "I will stand with you," he declared, his voice breaking through the tension. "We will fight for our stories, for our truths." And in that moment, the world shifted. The elders gasped, eyes wide with fear and disbelief, as the old myths trembled on the precipice of rebirth. The air crackled with electricity, a promise of what was to come. Allāt turned to him, her fierce spirit igniting something deep within him, a fire that had lain dormant and forgotten. For the first time, they were not just figures in a tale, they were the authors, weaving threads of destiny through the fabric of time. A woman and a man, standing at the edge of the unknown, their hearts beating in unison, daring to challenge a world steeped in silence. The night stretched endlessly before them, an infinite horizon of possibilities, and in the flickering shadows, an ancient prophecy began to unfold, echoing through the corridors of time. Their names would live on, carved into the stones of the earth as legends reborn. And as the flames flickered, illuminating their fierce resolve, they stepped into the legend, into the unknown, into the very heartbeat of a world that awaited their story. The gathering whispered, and the shadows shifted, but they were ready. The stars above blinked, as if acknowledging the change, and beneath the weight of history, they felt the pull of destiny, raw and unyielding. A new era was dawning. The air hung thick with the weight of unspoken prayers, an oppressive silence wrapping around the temple like a shroud. I stood at the entrance, heart pounding, breath shallow, acutely aware of the sacred stones beneath my feet, all worn from centuries of desperate hands seeking solace. Flickering shadows danced along the ancient walls, each flicker igniting remnants of memories long buried, yet achingly close. I remember the first time I came here, drawn by a yearning that clawed at my insides, a grief so tender it felt like a wound half-healed. The temple was a refuge then, but now it felt more like a tomb. My fingers trembled as I traced the carvings, a tapestry of devotion etched in stone, stories of gods and sacrifices, of hope mingled with despair. They spoke of hearts laid bare, of love and loss, and I felt the pulse of their pain resonating through me. I was not alone in this sacred space. Simon, my brother, lingered at the altar, shadows playing tricks on his wearied face, a storm brewing in his eyes. "Why are we here, Ellie?" he whispered, his voice barely breaking the thickness of the air. A plea, a challenge, both wrapped in a single breath. "Because," I replied, my voice quavering, almost swallowed by the shadows, "we have to find the answers." But did I believe that? The questions clawed at me, insatiable, echoing through the cavernous hall. Every unanswered prayer sent chills down my spine, each flicker of candlelight casting doubts in the corners of my mind. I wanted to grasp something tangible, something that could put the pieces of our shattered lives back together. Instead, I felt the weight of the entire cosmos crushing down, time folding in on itself, leaving me gasping for breath. Simon stepped closer, his breath hitching as he turned to face me, the flickering flames illuminating the sorrow etched into his features. "Ellie, this place, it holds memories. Not just ours," he said, his voice trembling with an intensity that sent shivers through my veins, "but of all who've come before us. It's haunted. Haunted." The word hung in the air, a ghost of its own, swirling around us, taunting. I felt it too, the echoes of lost souls, the weight of dreams unfulfilled. The temple was a sanctuary, yes, but it was also a shrine to despair. I recalled the stories, whispers of prayers that faded unanswered. The night my mother vanished, leaving us with nothing but questions and shadows. I remember the way the moon had hung low in the sky that night, a watchful guardian, or perhaps a cruel spectator. I remember how Simon had cried, his small body racked with sobs, while I stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, by the unrelenting weight of reality. The temple had called to me then, a siren song of respite. But had it ever truly been a refuge? I glanced at Simon, his agitation simmering just beneath the surface. "What if we summon her?" he asked, desperation seeping into each word. "What if she's here, watching us?" A chill sliced through me, sharp and undeniable. The idea of our mother, a spectre lingering at the altar, filled me with both dread and longing. "And if she is?" I whispered, but the words tasted like ash. "What if she doesn't want to be found?" His eyes flashed with anger, a tempest brewing, a reflection of our fractured bond. "You think she left us willingly? You think she chose to disappear?" The tension between us crackled like the flames, alive and furious. I saw the vulnerability in Simon's eyes, a boy trapped in a man's body, burdened with the weight of grief. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm that had grown between us, but the chasm felt insurmountable, a vast abyss filled with unspoken words and unresolved pain. The temple trembled, as if responding to our turmoil. Shadows slithered along the walls, whispering secrets I dared not hear. I felt the weight of the sacred stones beneath me, their coldness seeping into my bones. They bore witness to centuries of anguish, devotion, and unanswered prayers. I closed my eyes, trying to drown out the noise, trying to find a glimmer of hope in the suffocating darkness. I remember, each word felt like a heartbeat, a pulse of life in the stillness. I remember the stories she told us, the way her voice wrapped around us like a warm blanket, like a promise, before she vanished. "Stop it!" Simon's voice rose, a wild echo in the hollow space. "You're just remembering what you want to remember. She wasn't a goddess, Ellie. She was just a woman, flawed, like us." His words hit me like a dagger, piercing through the veil of nostalgia. I felt the sting of truth, raw and relentless. Our mother had been both a protector and a prisoner of her own dreams, and we were the echoes of her failures. The temple loomed around us, a silent witness to our reckoning. "Maybe the answers we seek are not here," I murmured, my heart heavy with the thought. "Maybe it's not about finding her but understanding why she left." A lull settled over us, the air thick with unnoticed dust and unspoken grief. The flickering flames cast long shadows, distorting the figures we once were, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw her, our mother, standing among the shadows, a mere spectre of the past, a memory that would never fully fade. And just as quickly, the vision slipped away, leaving only the aching emptiness behind. "Ellie," Simon's voice broke the silence, raw and jagged, "if we're going to face this, we have to do it together. No more ghosts, no more shadows." I nodded, a pact forged in the depths of our suffering. We stood together, two fractured souls in a temple of broken dreams, ready to confront the immensity of our past, the sacred and the profane entwined. The air shimmered with unshed tears and unvoiced prayers, the weight of 1,000 lifetimes pressing down upon us. And in that moment of unity, the unseen forces of the temple stirred, a call to the lost, a whisper of redemption. The sacred places of worship were not only altars of despair but also of healing, where the past and present collided, where every heartbeat echoed the possibility of forgiveness. As we stood on the precipice of revelation, I felt the clock tick, the universe watching, waiting, holding its breath for what was to come. The dust hung thick in the air, choking the light from the noon sun. The Kaaba stood before me, an ancient shadow wrapped in mystery, its black silk drapery absorbing every secret whispered into its folds. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, a wild drum echoing through the cacophony of voices. The crowd surged around me, a river of fervor and faith, each soul drawn like a moth to this sacred flame, yet I felt like a ghost among the living. I remember the first time I saw it, an infantile awe washing over me, mingling with the dust and incense as I stood before the most revered symbol of a faith reborn. But this was no sacred pilgrimage, it was a reckoning. I gripped my brother's hand, his palm slippery with sweat. His eyes burned with a strange fervor, a mixture of longing and fear. We had come seeking answers but found ourselves entangled in a web of myths, each legend darker than the last. "Do you remember the stories?" Amir whispered, his voice barely a breath. "The tales of the gods that once ruled this land, and how they fell." His gaze flickered towards the Kaaba, as if the very stones held the echoes of those forgotten deities. I nodded, but the chill crawling up my spine told me that the old ones lingered still, waiting in the shadows to reclaim what was once theirs. The Kaaba was not merely a cube of stone, it was a living enigma, steeped in the blood of sacrifices and the prayers of countless souls. I could almost feel the weight of their hopes pressing down like the midday sun. I saw visions of the past flickering beneath my eyelids, tribes gathering to pay homage to Hubal, the moon god, as the echoes of drums reverberated through the desert night. There was a time when this place was a sanctuary for the wicked and the weary, a smorgasbord of gods, each one more capricious than the last. A sacred marketplace where souls bartered dreams for the favor of the divine. But what fate awaited us in this moment? The air crackled with tension. I remembered the stories of the annihilation, how Uzzā and Enlil had been turned to stone, their anguish frozen in time, a warning for those who dared defy the gods. What if they return? I dared to ask, but Amir's only answer was a shudder, a nervous flicker of his eyes, betraying the doubt that gnawed at his insides. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, the rumble of ancient footsteps echoing through the ages. I could feel the air grow thick, almost sentient, wrapping itself around my throat as I struggled to breathe. I glanced at Amir, his face pale and ghostly, as if the weight of history pressed down upon him. In that moment, I realized we were not mere spectators, we were participants in a tale far older than our own lives, trapped in a dance with shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. "Run!" I shouted, the word tearing from my throat like a scream. We bolted, pushing through the throng, our feet pounding against the earth, the pulse of life itself echoing our terror. The crowd was a living beast, and we were just two small fish swimming upstream, desperate to break free from its grip. With each step, the legends crashed around us like waves, stories of the Kaaba's origins, the sacred meteorite embedded within its walls, the blood-stained tributes of countless lives sacrificed to appease gods who scarcely cared. I could see them in my mind's eye, figures draped in robes, their faces obscured, eyes like pits of darkness that swallowed hope whole. And then there was the Jinn, that ever-watchful spirit, lurking in the shadows, whispering secrets that could shatter sanity. "Do you believe?" Amir gasped, his breath ragged. "Do you believe in the myths?" I could feel the gravity of his question, a weight that threatened to crush my resolve. The legends were alive, breathing, and in that moment, I wasn't sure if it was the Kaaba that was sacred or the fear that thrummed in my veins. I wanted to tell him the truth, that I was afraid of what lay beyond the veil of belief, the abyss that beckoned with its promises of power and pain. But just then, the crowd erupted in a collective gasp, a wave of silence washing over us as we turned to see a figure stepping forward, draped in white, eyes glinting with the fire of a prophet. "Look! Look upon the Kaaba!" His voice was a low rumble, a thunderclap that shattered the stillness. The crowd shifted as one, drawn back into the trance, the fear forgotten. I felt it too, an electric pull, a primal urge to bow, to submit. The myths began to weave themselves around us again, each heartbeat a thread binding us to the past. Here is where the sky meets the earth, the figure proclaimed, arms raised as if to embrace the heavens. Here is where the dreams of our ancestors reside. I could see the flicker of wonder in Amir's eyes, battling the shadows of doubt that haunted me. I remember the moment of truth, the clash of faith and fear, the crossroads where belief was forged in the fires of doubt. The Kaaba loomed before us, a monolith of hope and despair, and in that moment, I realized we were not merely lost souls, we were echoes of every prayer ever whispered, every sacrifice ever made. And as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting the world in hues of crimson and gold, I felt the weight of history pressing against my chest, a reminder of the sacrifices that had built this place, and the sacrifices yet to come. The air shimmered around us, thick with the ghosts of past lives, and I knew our story was just beginning, each heartbeat, a drumbeat of destiny, drawing us closer to an unknown fate that awaited within the shadows of the Kaaba, where faith and myth intertwined like veins in stone. The night fell heavy like a shroud, the stars clustered tightly in the sky, and there, amidst the darkness, flickered the ethereal glow of the Seven Sisters. I stood on the precipice of a forgotten sand dune, the wind howling in my ears like the anguished screams of the past. Fatima, beside me, clutched my arm, her fingers trembling, as if the very fabric of the universe threatened to unravel beneath our feet. "They watch us," she whispered, her voice a mere breath against the weight of the cosmos. I felt an unsettling chill crawl up my spine. The Pleiades, a constellation that haunted our ancestors, were more than mere stars, they were legends, woven into the very essence of our culture, tainted by love, loss, and betrayal. I remember the tales my grandmother spun by the fire, her eyes glowing with the embers. She would speak of Alcyone, the brightest of the sisters, who loved fiercely but lost herself in the dark embrace of despair. "Beware of the night," she would say, her voice a tremor. "For the stars do not twinkle for the living, only for the lost." As we stood there, I felt the weight of her warnings electrifying the air, a palpable tension that clung to us like the dust swirling around our feet. I could almost hear her voice, echoing through the years. "Fatima, do you feel it? The pull of the sisters?" Fatima's eyes darted to the horizon, fear mingling with curiosity. She was never one to shy away from the enigmatic, yet tonight, the shadows deepened, and the air thickened with an unspoken dread. "We shouldn't have come," she murmured, shaking her head, her dark hair billowing like a tempest. I wanted to reach out, to reassure her, but the truth was, I felt it too. The cosmos felt alive, pulsating with the energy of the forgotten, whispering secrets that made my skin prickle. But then, in the distance, we heard it, the haunting wail of a woman. It sliced through the silence, raw and desperate. My breath caught. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my heart pounding. Fatima nodded, and panic flickered in her gaze. We moved towards the sound, drawn like moths to a flame, the stars overhead swirling in a whirlpool of light and darkness, as if the universe itself held its breath. Each step felt heavier, the sand shifting beneath us like the weight of our own secrets. My soul ached with the knowledge of lost loves and unfulfilled dreams. I was haunted by my own shadows, a past that refused to let go. I saw a flicker of shame in Fatima's eyes, a shared understanding of the weight we both carried. She had loved a man who vanished into thin air, leaving only a whisper of his name, a spectre who danced through her dreams like smoke. I had been careless, reckless, and the ghosts of those choices clung to me like a second skin. Together, we were bound by these chains of memory, shackled to the past as we neared the source of that ghostly cry. The sound grew louder, a symphony of sorrow that resonated deep within my chest. Each note twisted like a knife, making it hard to breathe. When we finally reached the edge of a small clearing, we were met with an astonishing sight, a woman draped in darkness, her hair cascading like a waterfall of shadows. She stood among the ruins of what once must have been a grand structure, her figure flickering in and out, a mirage in the night. Her voice was a mournful lullaby, singing to the stars as if they were her lost children. The air turned electric, thick with the scent of rain, and I felt the pulse of the universe around us, vibrant and excruciatingly alive. "Do you see her?" I asked Fatima, my voice trembling. "She's one of them. One of the sisters." The realization hit me like a wave crashing against the shore. This was no ordinary woman. She was woven from the fabric of legends, a keeper of secrets that the stars had whispered for centuries. I watched as Fatima took a hesitant step forward, drawn into the light that flickered like a candle in the wind. "What have you lost?" Fatima's voice was a tremulous whisper, barely audible over the howling winds. The woman turned, her eyes glinting like shards of glass, piercing and deep. "I lost everything," she replied, her voice echoing through the night, haunting and beautiful. "Love, joy, hope, each star is a piece of my soul." In that moment, the air grew thick with a sense of impending doom, and I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us. The woman's pain mirrored our own, Fatima's heartache, my regrets, and I could feel the past clawing its way to the surface, demanding to be acknowledged, to be felt. "Do you see how they shine?" the woman continued, her gaze drifting skyward. "They are a reminder of what once was, and what can never be again. They are both a blessing and a curse." Fatima looked at me, her eyes wide, the realization slamming into us like a storm. We stood at the precipice of our own stories, intertwined with the myths of the Seven Sisters, our souls aching for resolution, for understanding. "Why do you linger in this place?" I asked, my voice cracking under the weight of my own fears. "Why not let go?" The woman's laughter was a haunting melody, laced with sorrow. "Let go? Would you sever the ties that bind you to the past? These stars, they bleed my story, just as they bleed yours. We are all connected, woven into the tapestry of time." A chill ran down my spine. I didn't want to accept it, but I could feel the truth pushing against the walls I had built around my heart. The night was alive with the echoes of our pain, our fears, and our dreams. I looked at Fatima, saw the glimmer of determination in her eyes. "We must face it," she said, her voice steady. "We have to confront the shadows." And as we stood together, united by our struggles, I felt an overwhelming surge of hope intertwined with despair. The stars above, the Seven Sisters, pulsed like a heartbeat, beckoning us toward an uncertain future. The woman began to fade, her essence drifting into the night, leaving behind a lingering whisper, "Remember." The cosmos felt vast and terrifying, yet full of promise. I held Fatima's hand tightly, knowing that together, we would confront whatever lay ahead. The past would not haunt us forever. We would rise, defiant against the shadows, as we walked toward the horror and beauty of our intertwined fates. The sisters watched over us, and as we stepped into the abyss, we became part of the legend, part of their story, and perhaps, just perhaps, they would guide us toward the light. The wind howled, carrying with it the weight of ancient stories, the cries of gods and lost souls intertwined with the fabric of night. Beneath a sky painted in haunting shades of indigo, two figures stood alone on the cliff's edge, their breath mingling with the chill that gnawed at them. The stars shimmered above, indifferent but omniscient, each a ghostly witness to the turmoil unfolding below. I remember the way the moon hung low, a solitary sentinel, casting eerie shadows that danced across their faces. Emilia clutched her pendant, the cool metal biting into her palm, a talisman of forgotten promises. Her eyes flickered with a storm of emotions, fear, desperation, and a spark of defiance. "We have to believe there's a reason," she whispered, her voice trembling against the cacophony of crashing waves below. But deep down, I felt the weight of her doubt, a chasm that threatened to swallow her whole. Beside her, Lucas shifted uneasily, his heart a prisoner of uncertainty. "You think the stars are watching us? Judging us?" His laughter was brittle, a desperate attempt to mask the fear lurking in his gut. Each star was a story, a fragment of myth woven into the very fabric of the universe, and here they were, two lost souls on the precipice of despair, caught in their own narrative. But there it was, a flicker of recognition. I remember the stories told in hushed tones, how constellations became legends etched in the night sky, how Orion chased down the Pleiades, and how each flicker of light held a promise, a warning. "They say the gods have their favorites," Emilia said, her voice barely a whisper now, "and I can't help but wonder if we've been forsaken." "Or chosen," Lucas countered, his eyes narrowing as he looked up at the unyielding cosmos. "What if our pain is just a piece of something greater?" In that moment, doubt and hope intertwined, a fragile dance of light and shadow. The stars became a mirror, reflecting not just their fears but the weight of humanity, the desires and dreams that echoed through time. I remembered the ancient myths as they unfolded in the recess of my mind, tales of creation and destruction, of love and betrayal. The constellations above were alive with the echoes of celestial battles, the remnants of lovers torn apart by fate. I could almost feel the electric hum of their energy, a heartbeat that transcended time itself. But as the waves crashed below, reality struck hard. What if there's nothing left for us? Lucas's voice cracked, vulnerability spilling out like a broken dam. What if we're just lost? The wind howled louder, the very essence of the cosmos mocking their plight. Emilia turned, her face a mask of anguish. "I can't lose you too," she cried, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that sparkled like stars against the night. "Not after everything." She stepped closer, their bodies barely inches apart, the tension electric, swirling in the air like a storm ready to break. Lucas reached out, fingers trembling as he brushed the stray hair from her face. "We can't let the darkness win," he murmured, conviction rising in his chest, yet the shadows of doubt remained, lurking just beneath the surface. "We are stardust, and stardust doesn't just fade away. We leave a mark." Their bodies swayed in the twilight, a universe of pain and hope colliding as they stood together on the brink of the abyss. I could feel the weight of their emotions wrapping around me like a shroud, fear of the unknown, the desperation to be understood, to be seen. It was a raw, aching truth, the kind that binds humanity together across centuries, transcending the boundaries of time and space. But the night pulsed with an urgency, a reminder that time was slipping away, that the cosmos watched in silent judgment. The ancient stories whispered warnings of hubris, of the gods' wrath, and in that moment, I felt the looming presence of fate closing in. "We're nothing without our stories," Emilia breathed, her voice trembling. "If we forget who we are, we're lost to the stars." The moment hung heavy, and I dared to glimpse the shifting shadows of their hearts, the weight of every choice made, every sacrifice, every moment of joy and heartbreak that led them to this precipice. The air crackled, electric with possibility, and I could almost see the constellations shifting above, weaving their narratives into the fabric of the night. Then, as if summoned by her words, the heavens erupted in a blaze of light. A meteor streaked across the sky, a fiery reminder of the fleeting nature of existence. I remember the way Emilia gasped, her breath stolen, and for a moment, all doubts, all fears melted away. "Do you see that?" she whispered, awe filling her voice. "It's beautiful." But beauty is often a fleeting illusion, a mockery in the face of impending doom. The shadows stretched longer, and the air grew thick with unsaid words, the weight of longing pressing down like the burden of the cosmos itself. "We have to make a choice," Lucas said, his voice steady, but I could feel the tremor beneath the surface. "Do we fight for our story, or do we let the darkness consume us?" Emilia's eyes flickered, the light within her struggling against the encroaching shadows. "I want to believe," she murmured, and in that moment, I understood the fragility of hope. It was a spark in the vast expanse of darkness, a flicker that could easily be snuffed out. The stars above, seemingly eternal, bore witness to this haunting tableau of emotion and fear. They were both the beginning and the end, the very essence of creation and destruction. The myths echoed in the chambers of my heart, a chorus of voices that whispered of love lost and found, of battles fought in the name of destiny. And as they stood there, two souls caught in the tangled web of fate, I felt their pain seep into the cosmos, the struggles of humanity etched in the very fabric of existence. The clock ticked ominously, each second a reminder of time slipping away, the inevitable confrontation with the unknown looming ever closer. With the sky as their canvas, they painted their hopes and dreams among the stars, their stories becoming one with the universe. "Let's write our own myth," Lucas urged, determination igniting in his voice. "Let's make the stars remember us." And as those words hung in the night air, I could almost hear the cosmos sigh, a chorus of lost souls mingling with their own, each heartbeat a testament to the connection between mythology and astronomy, a tapestry woven with threads of emotion and the relentless march of time. The storm within them raged on, wrapping around their souls like a dark embrace, and I felt it too, the weight of their story, the unraveling threads of destiny that blurred the lines between legend and reality. The night was thick with shadows, a curtain of darkness stretched taut over the land, and in that moment, the air crackled, electric, charged with something unnameable. A scream pierced the silence, raw and unrestrained, echoing against the ancient stones of the city. A woman, her hair wild like the tempest above, sprinted through the narrow alleyways, breath hitching in her throat as if the very stars were chasing her. "I didn't mean to," she gasped, her heart pounding against her ribs, desperate and frantic. In the depths of that chaos, she was not alone. Beside her, a man, every bit as haunted, stumbled over the cobblestones. His name was Elian, and the weight of his past clung to him like a shroud. "You have to stop. They'll come for you," he shouted, but the dread in his voice betrayed the hollowness of his own courage. He feared the night, feared what it held, a darkness that wasn't just absence of light but an abyss filled with echoes of lost dreams and promises shattered. Lyra, the wild-haired woman, turned to him, eyes ablaze with defiance yet clouded by desperation. "I can't let them take him. Not again." A flicker of memory ignited between them, a boy laughing under the moonlight, innocent and radiant. Gone. The shadows had swallowed him whole. She could still hear his laughter, ringing like a chime, slicing through the oppressive night air. It coiled around her heart, squeezing tighter, a vice of grief and urgency. The stars above were witnesses, twinkling like malicious eyes in a cosmos that seemed to conspire against them. Beneath their gaze, Elian clutched Lyra's arm, his grip a tether to the world they once knew. "It's too late. We can't fight them," but she was relentless, the fire of her spirit refusing to be extinguished. "You don't understand. They took everything from us." Her voice trembled, a fierce wind rising from the depths of her soul. "If I can bring him back, if I can just reach the heart of the void, I can make it right." The desperation of her words hung in the air like a prayer, a plea to the gods who had turned their backs. Time twisted around them, a cruel construct that transformed seconds into eternities. They dashed toward the edge of the city, where the walls crumbled like dreams underfoot. The moon, a ghostly witness, hung low, casting fingers of silver light that danced on the ground, illuminating their flight. Each desperate step echoed like a heartbeat, a staccato rhythm of fear and hope. In the depths of Lyra's mind, memories flickered, snippets of laughter, the warmth of sun-kissed skin, and the ache of loss. I remember the night he was born," she whispered, almost to herself. The moon was full, bathing everything in silver. It felt like magic. She paused, breathless, the weight of remembrance crashing over her. How could something so beautiful turn so monstrous? Elian's throat tightened. "We'll never find him," he muttered, the pain of his own failure laced in every syllable. "I was supposed to protect him. I was supposed to stop." The word sliced through the night, sharp and clear. Lyra turned, eyes fierce. "You don't get to give up. Not now. Not here." The fire of her spirit ignited something in him, a flicker of hope buried beneath layers of fear. He wanted to believe her, wanted to believe in the impossible, in the rebirth that the legends spoke of, in the creation of moons and stars, that perhaps they could weave something new from the remains of their loss. Together, they stumbled toward the ancient ruins, where whispers of long-forgotten magic lingered like a sweet perfume. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, but it was also laced with the essence of dreams that had once danced in the light. "This is where it begins," Lyra breathed, her voice trembling with anticipation and dread. They stepped into the clearing, where the ground trembled with unsung histories and the weight of countless souls. The moon loomed overhead, a sentinel of light, cradling the weight of their hopes and fears. "The stars have been waiting," Lyra murmured, feeling a pull from the cosmos, a gravitational force that resonated deep in her bones. She reached out her hand, trembling, expecting the warmth of familiarity but instead feeling the chill of the void. In that moment, Elian felt the weight of his own shadows, the ghosts of his past clawing at him. "Can we really bring him back? Can we bring back the stars?" His voice was barely a whisper, a question that hung in the air, filled with possibility and terror. The night seemed to hold its breath, the very universe pausing to listen. Lyra closed her eyes, drawing strength from the pain that had shaped her. The cosmos is vast, but our hearts are vaster still. If we harness this moment, channel the love that birthed him, anything is possible. The stars above twinkled, a sly dance of light and dark, as if responding to her unwavering belief. With every heartbeat, the air thickened, igniting with intensity. The night was alive, a pulsing entity echoing the ache of yearning and the hunger of love. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, resonating with the pulse of the cosmos. The shadows twisted, forming shapes that morphed into memories. Lyra could see him, the boy, his laughter, the way he danced under the moonlight, a celestial being woven from the dust of stars. "Come to us," she called, her voice a siren song, soaring into the abyss. The air crackled with energy as the night responded, a whisper of hope threading through the darkness. "Come back." Elian felt the weight of the moment, a convergence of grief and longing, of love's desperate grasp against the tides of fate. "We can't go back," he murmured, but beneath the weight of his words lay an undeniable flicker of possibility. As the shadows thickened, the stars shone brighter, illuminating the chaos with a brilliance that threatened to consume them. Time collapsed, moments spilling into each other, and they were left suspended in the heart of creation, where the birth of the moon and stars beckoned them to leap into the unknown, a precipice between loss and rebirth, between shadows and light. With hearts racing, they stood together, a fragile alliance against the universe's indifference. In that heartbeat, surrounded by whispers of ancient myths, they knew, no matter the outcome, they would fight for the light, for the boy who had been a star in their lives, a flicker of hope in a world steeped in darkness. And as the shadows swirled, they took the step into the void, ready to confront the night, to reclaim what was lost beneath the cosmic tapestry. The moon hung low in the sky, its cold light spilling like silver ink across the dusty streets of Al-Basra. Shadows danced, twisting and leaping across crumbling walls, whispering secrets to the night. I stood there, my heart pounding like a war drum, my breath shallow and frantic. The air felt thick, charged with something electric, a sense of impending doom that gripped my soul. Is this how it ends? I thought, the chilling reality settling over me like a shroud. Before me, a figure stumbled into view, a man, wild-eyed and ragged, dressed in tatters that once used to be royal. It was Amir, the fallen prince, his very presence a haunting echo of lost grandeur. I felt the pain radiating from him, a palpable ache that seemed to reach for me, pulling me deeper into the chaos of that moment. "Help me," he gasped, desperation dripping from his voice like rain from a cracked roof. He had been a hero once, celebrated and adored, the kind of man whose name rolled off tongues like honey. But now, he was a ghost in his own story, hunted, betrayed. I knew his tale, the grand adventures, the fearsome battles, but standing before him now, I felt only the rawness of his vulnerability, the broken pieces of a man who had everything and lost it all. Adila emerged from the shadows, her presence fierce yet fragile, a warrior who had fought not only for her country but for her own heart. "Amir," she shouted, her voice a battle cry that echoed against the ancient stones. I remembered her laughter once, the way it seemed to carry the very essence of life. But now, her spirit flickered like a dying flame, stoked by the embers of a love turned bitter. "Why did you abandon me?" she asked, the question slicing through the air, each word a dagger dipped in sorrow. There it was, betrayal, the poison that had seeped into their souls, twisting their fates together in a tapestry of anguish. I could see it in her eyes. She was a tempest, a storm of emotions, longing for answers, yet dreading what they would reveal. In this suffocating silence, the ghosts of the past loomed large. I remembered the tales, their laughter, their camaraderie, the promise of tomorrow. Now, it felt as if time had looped in on itself, a never-ending night filled with uncertainty and regret. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, a reminder that life hung by a fragile thread. Suddenly, the night erupted. Footsteps echoed, heavy, thunderous, approaching fast. I held my breath, the world around me morphing into a blur as dread coiled tight in my chest. Amir's eyes widened in fear, the glimmer of the moon catching the sheen of sweat on his brow. "They've come for me," he murmured, his voice trembling. "We have to go. Now!" Adila shouted, urgency clawing at her words. But I sensed her hesitation, the way she lingered, her heart caught in a web of loyalty and anger. She wanted to save him, but could she? This was not just about love, it was about survival, a war waged within. I felt the weight of their choices pressing down like 1,000 stones. Amir, the once great prince, faced with the ghostly phantoms of his past. Adila, torn between the love she still held and the betrayal that burned like acid in her veins. The intensity of their emotions was suffocating, a living, breathing entity that throbbed in the midnight air. Adila, Amir reached out, his hand trembling, a fragile bridge spanning the chasm of their history. "I never meant to, stop," she cried, cutting through the silence, her voice sharp with pain. "You think I can just forgive you? You left me to die, Amir. You left us all." Silence crashed down again, heavy and oppressive. It felt as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the spark that could set everything ablaze. The clamor of soldiers grew louder, a tide of darkness, sinister and relentless. I could almost taste the fear on my tongue, metallic and bitter, as their shouts filled the air. "Run!" I screamed, the urgency pouring from my lips like molten fire. I felt the vibrations of their battle as if the earth itself trembled. Together, they turned, but their feet felt heavy, shackled by memories and regrets. I wanted to scream for them to move, to escape the clutches of their pasts and the unforgiving present that bore down on them. But love is a strange thing, it binds and binds until it suffocates. They were caught in a whirlwind of emotions, a cyclone swirling them in a dance of despair. As the shadows drew closer, I could see the flicker of hope dimming in their eyes, the realization that even heroes could fall, could falter. "Adila!" Amir shouted, desperation lacing his voice, as if he could pull her back from the edge of her anguish. "I need you. We can fight together." "Together," she spat, the word heavy with disbelief. "You think you can just pick up the pieces? You think you can just piece together what you shattered?" Each word hit like a stone, leaving cracks in the fragile veneer of their shared history. And there, in the midst of the encroaching darkness, I saw it, the flicker of something pure yet painful, the rawness of vulnerability laid bare before the universe. A choice loomed, a chance for redemption wrapped in the smoke of regret. The soldiers surged into view, their faces twisted with fury, the glint of steel reflecting the moon's sorrowful gaze. And in that moment, time froze. The weight of their decisions hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I could see them, the fragments of their pasts intertwining, battling against the relentless tide of destiny. "Adila," Amir whispered, his voice breaking, a plea and a confession wrapped in one. "I will fight for you, for us. No matter what happens, I will face them." But would that be enough? As the shadows closed in, I felt the heart-wrenching truth wash over me. Sometimes, even heroes cannot escape their past, nor the tangled web of their emotions. Yet hope flickered, a fragile ember that could ignite a fire if only they chose to feed it. And then, just as the storm of soldiers broke upon them, I knew this tale was far from over. The struggle between love and betrayal, between hope and despair, echoed endlessly into the night, a haunting reminder that life, in all its brutal beauty, spun on. Thunder rolled, the sky a canvas of swirling darkness, and the air crackled with the promise of chaos. In this tortured landscape, a figure stood, drenched in rain and despair, Evelyn, her heart a drum echoing the thunder, every beat a reminder of the wild animal staring at her from the shadows. The creature, a wolf, its eyes glimmered like shards of ice and spoke of ancient truths that clawed at the edges of her sanity. Fables and nightmares fused in the stench of wet earth, encapsulating a moment that could fracture the very fabric of her existence. I remember, the words slipped from her lips, trembling with the weight of memories too heavy to bear. I remember the stories whispered by the fire, of gods and beasts, of blood and sacrifice. She shivered, not just from the cold, but from a fear that curled around her ankles like a serpent, constricting, suffocating. The wolf stepped forward, each movement a silent elegy, a reminder that the line between hunter and hunted was as thin as a spider's thread. Across the clearing, Jonah watched, his breath a fog of regret and longing. Once, he had been a believer, a fierce romantic, lost in the tales of old. Now, standing on the precipice of reality, he felt like a ghost haunting the ruins of his own dreams. "What have we become?" he muttered, his voice raw like an open wound, echoing through the stillness. His heart ached for the simplicity of the past, yet there it was, the wolf, a symbol of choices made and paths not taken, lurking like a spectre, forcing him to confront the darkness he had never wanted to face. Evelyn and Jonah, two intertwined destinies spiraling into a storm. Their conflict was palpable, a thick fog settling between them, thick with tension and unspoken words. Did she know that her strength, her fierce independence, scared him? "You don't understand, Evelyn." His voice cracked, desperation lacing each syllable. "The stories, they're not just stories anymore. They're warnings." Her laughter was bitter, an ember of defiance. "Warnings? Or tales of empowerment? The phoenix rising from the ashes, the serpent shedding its skin. Can't you see it, Jonah? We are the beasts in our own stories. We write our fate." Yet, even as she spoke, doubt festered in her mind, gnawing at the edges of her resolve. The wolf continued to circle, an ethereal embodiment of their fears and desires, its presence a mirror reflecting their fragility. "I remember the looks," she whispered, eyes locked onto the creature. The way they would talk about the beast within, the shadows that dance in the corners of our minds. They would tell us to tame it, to chain it. A shard of ice gripped her heart. But what if it's the beast that saves us? In that chilling moment, the landscape shifted, the ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse, a living entity as alive as their hearts. The air was thick with memories that clung like cobwebs, echoes of laughter, screams of terror, and the haunting beauty of stories long forgotten. Time stretched and twisted, and they stood on the precipice, suspended between reality and myth. Jonah's heart raced. And what if we lose ourselves in the process? The thought gnawed at him, a ravenous beast clawing at his insides. What if we become the monsters they feared? He could almost hear the whispers of the ancients, an eerie chorus warning him of the price of forgetting, of succumbing to the wildness that clawed at his soul, threatening to consume him whole. But as their eyes met, an unspoken understanding pulsed between them, electric and raw. The wolf paused, its breath misting in the air, the embodiment of a choice. Life was not just a series of decisions laid bare, it was a labyrinth of emotions, a storm of uncertainty, an intricate dance with fate. They were tethered, bound by a thread of shared trauma, the weight of their pasts colliding with the urgency of their present. "I can't go back, Jonah," Evelyn declared, her voice fierce but laced with fragility, the wolf's howl echoing their struggles. "I won't live in fear of the stories anymore." She stepped forward, the ground crackling beneath her like the sound of bones breaking. "If I must face the beast, let it be on my terms." Jonah felt the heat of her determination sweep over him, igniting something deep within, a flicker of hope amidst the shadows. "Then let's embrace the wild together," he breathed, every word a vow, a promise wrapped in vulnerability. He reached out, fingertips brushing against hers, a spark igniting between them that sizzled with raw energy, the very essence of their souls colliding. But the darkness loomed, swirling around them like a tempest, and the wolf prowled closer, its eyes piercing through to their very cores. "This is not a fairy tale," Evelyn murmured, voice trembling, heart racing. "The stories we tell have consequences." Time froze, the air thick with the tension of unspoken fears. And yet, Jonah's voice trailed off, the promise of something more hanging in the air, an invitation to face the abyss together, to confront the beasts that lived within. The wolf stood, a silent sentinel, holding their fate in its gaze. It was both a harbinger of doom and a guide to freedom, a reminder that the line between creation and destruction was as fragile as the stories they once held dear. And in that moment, standing in the eye of the storm, they realized they were the weavers of their own destinies, bound by the threads of myth and the ferocity of their hearts. As the shadows deepened and the storm raged around them, Evelyn and Jonah took a step forward, hand in hand, ready to embrace the wild, ready to dance with the beasts within. The wolf's howl echoed through the night, a haunting reminder that the stories were not finished yet. The universe held its breath, time paused, and the dance of fate began anew. The air was thick with tension, each breath a shuddering whisper of dread. I stood there in the gathering shadows, heart pounding against my ribcage like a trapped bird, the moon hanging low, a pale eye surveying a world laden with secrets. A chill danced up my spine as I watched Yasmin, her face pale under the silver light, hands trembling with an urgency that threatened to unravel her. She was staring into the swirling sands, where fate had woven its intricate tapestry, and I could feel the threads tugging painfully at my own soul. "Do you see them?" she murmured, her voice barely a breath above the ethereal hum of the night. I followed her gaze, squinting into the darkness, and there it was, a flicker, a shadow flickering just beyond the edge of perception. The Nons, I thought, those ancient figures swirling around us, their presence a bittersweet reminder of the paths we could never choose. Fate was a cruel mistress, and tonight, she was demanding her due. In the distance, I could hear the soft clinking of metal, the echo of swords being drawn. My brother, Tariq, was fighting not just for his life, but for every chance he'd ever taken, every risk he'd ever gambled. His laughter rang through my memories, a bright light in the darkness. "What's the worst that could happen?" he'd said, the glint in his eye igniting a spark of reckless hope. But tonight, the stakes felt different. A weight settled in the pit of my stomach, heavy and unyielding. I remembered his words, but now they felt like a taunt, a cruel reminder of the choices we had made. Yasmin's gaze flickered back to me, a desperation etched into her features. "You have to make a choice," she said, her voice trembling, filled with the urgency of someone who knows the clock is ticking. "Before they decide for you." The words hung in the air, a damning echo that twisted the knife in my gut. I wanted to respond, to tell her that I was trying, but all I could do was nod, each heartbeat pulsing like a drum of impending doom. The darkness around us whispered secrets, a language only the lost could decipher. I found myself spiraling through memories, moments colliding in a jumbled cacophony. The time I'd first met Tariq, wild and untamed, jumping into a shallow stream, laughing as he splashed water everywhere, each droplet a piece of innocence slipping through our fingers. "Life is a game," he'd said, throwing an arm around my shoulder, his laughter ringing like wind chimes in a storm. "We'll write our own rules." But life had a sick sense of humor. Just as it seemed we could carve our destinies, it twisted our paths into knots, pulling tighter until we gasped for breath. I remembered the night our father had told us the stories of the Norns, the weavers of fate, cold and unyielding, who spun the threads of our lives with the precision of a master artist, indifferent to our pleas. "They watch," he'd said, his voice heavy with a sadness I didn't understand. "And they laugh." Suddenly, a cry shattered the silence, a chilling sound that sliced through the night. "Tariq!" My heart leapt into my throat, and I surged forward, propelled by a surge of adrenaline and fear. Each step felt like running through molasses, time stretching and warping around me. I could feel Yasmin behind me, her breath coming in quick, sharp gasps, but I couldn't turn back. Not now. Not when the shadows threatened to snuff out all the light. As I burst into the clearing, the scene unfolded before me like a macabre painting. Tariq stood against the onslaught of men, his sword glinting in the moonlight, a defiant warrior battling against the tides of fate. The air crackled with tension, each clash of steel ringing like a funeral bell. My breath caught in my throat. This was more than a fight, it was a desperate dance on the razor's edge of destiny. "Get back," he shouted, his voice a fierce roar. But how could I? Every fiber of my being longed to reach out, to protect him from the inevitability that loomed overhead. The Nons, they were here, in the midst of the chaos, spinning threads that would bind us to our fates forever. I could feel Yasmin's hand grip my arm, her fear pouring into me in waves. "We can't watch him die," she whispered, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears. "We have to do something." Her voice cracked, and I could see how torn she was, between the desire to save him and the fear of what might follow. But what could we do? What power did we hold against the cruel hands of fate? I remembered the stories, the old tales where heroes fought bravely but fell to the very forces they sought to defy. The Norns didn't care for courage, they cared only for the final thread woven into the fabric of existence. And then it happened. A blur of motion, a flash of steel, a scream that shattered the night. Tariq stumbled, a hand clutching his side, blood blooming like a dark rose against the starkness of his tunic. Time slowed to a crawl, a heart-wrenching moment stretched thin like a spider's web, fragile and glistening, caught in the chill of the night. I felt something crack inside me, a fissure deep and wide, a chasm that swallowed all hope. "No!" I screamed, the word tearing from my throat like a wild animal. Yasmin's grip tightened, but the world had narrowed to a single point of unbearable intensity. I ran, my heart hammering, the shadows reaching for me, and in that moment, I was no longer bound by the chains of fate. I was raw, I was reckless, and I was fighting for every last breath. But the Norns were watching, their laughter echoing in the dark corners of my mind, reminding me that no matter how fiercely we resisted, some threads were destined to weave our fates in ways we could never predict. The darkness closed in around us, threatening to pull us into an abyss, where hope flickered dimly, a candle in a storm. I reached Tariq just as he fell, the world collapsing into chaos. I remember feeling his warmth seep away, his eyes searching mine, filled with an unspeakable sorrow. I tried, he breathed, and those words cut deeper than any blade. I felt the weight of worlds, of dreams unfulfilled and destinies unwritten. As the shadows closed in, I found myself caught in the web of fate, the Norns watching, waiting, weaving. The air thickened with their presence, an inescapable burden, and I knew then that every choice we made, every heartbeat, was just one thread in an endless tapestry of sorrow and hope. The confrontation was not with the enemy, but with the unyielding truth of existence. And just as despair threatened to drown me, I heard Yasmin's voice, strong and unyielding. "We will not let them take him." It was a rallying cry, a desperate promise that echoed through the night, and in that moment, the power of our conviction joined forces with the primal pull of fate, a collision of dreams, fears, and the unbreakable human spirit. The Norns may have spun their threads, but we were still here, still fighting, still alive, tethered to the cosmic dance of existence. And as the darkness enveloped us, I felt the pull of something deeper, a bond forged in the fires of desperation, a love that defied the very fabric of fate itself. The world spun on, and we were part of it, trapped yet free, forever caught in the haunting embrace of destiny. The skies hung low, a blanket of black-grey clouds smothering the last flickers of twilight. Rain drummed relentlessly on cobblestones, echoing the pounding in my chest, each droplet a heartbeat, each heartbeat a silent scream. I stood at the edge of the old town square, the lanterns swaying like ghostly pendulums, casting shadows that twisted and writhed like tortured souls. The air was thick, choked with the aroma of damp earth and the taste of electric fear. That night, the air crackled with something ancient, something more than just the storm rolling in. Elena's laughter had once danced through these streets, bright and carefree, but now it was a distant memory, a haunting refrain that lingered like smoke. I remember her smile, the way it seemed to warm the coldest, gloomiest days. But now, she was cloaked in despair, her eyes clouded by secrets she couldn't share, secrets too heavy for a heart so young. I watched her from across the square, a shivering silhouette against the backdrop of a brewing tempest. She stood near the fountain, its water splashing a muted cacophony as if trying to drown out the voices in her head. "Come closer," I urged, my voice barely cutting through the torrential downpour. The wind howled, a monstrous beast, slashing at the trees, and I thought for a moment it echoed her own internal storm, the one she fought valiantly yet helplessly against. "I can't," she whispered, the weight of her words crashing around us like thunder. "Not tonight. Not when the season turns." The seasons were fickle, like the human heart. They influenced us in ways we didn't fully understand. The fall would soon give way to winter, and with it came the tales, the whispers of old myths that entwined themselves with our souls, feeding on our fears and hopes. They spoke of spirits roaming through the woods, of souls lost in the snow, of darkness inching closer with each passing day. I remember the first time I heard the story of the winter ghost. They said it roamed the village at the stroke of midnight, searching for those who had wronged it, those who had forgotten the old ways. The elders would gather in the tavern, swapping tales by the fire, their eyes flickering with the flames as they warned us to leave offerings at the crossroads, lest we invite the chill of the ghost's wrath. But Elena dismissed those tales. She dismissed them all, just like she dismissed the way the clouds rolled in, the way they sometimes seemed to conspire against us. "It's just weather," she'd say, brushing off my fears with a laugh that rang hollow in my ears. Yet, I could see the unease lurking behind her laughter, like a shadow lurking in the corners of her mind. "Why do you still cling to these old myths?" she asked one night, her voice trembling like the branches outside, gripped by a violent wind. "You're not a child anymore, and neither am I." "Because," I replied, urgency flooding my veins, "the stories remind us that we're part of something larger. They remind us of the consequences of our actions, our beliefs. You can't just turn away from what the seasons teach us." "Teach us?" or scare us, she shot back, frustration flaring in her eyes like a wildfire. They had always been close, those two, fear and belief, whispers of the unknown wrapping around our hearts like ivy. You think the winter ghost cares about our offerings? It's just a chill in the air, a trick of the mind. As she spoke, an icy breeze swept through the square, snatching warmth and leaving only the bone-deep cold of stark reality. I shivered, not from the chill, but from the touch of something darker, lurking just beyond our grasp. That night, the weight of her words hung between us, a veil of doubt, a shroud of fear. I wanted to reach out, to touch her, to pull her back from the brink of disbelief, but instead, the storm surged, like a tide pulling us apart. "Do you hear that?" I said, straining to catch a sound beneath the rain, a low, mournful wail. It rose and fell, weaving through the clamor of the storm, pulling at my mind like a siren's call. She looked at me, her expression shifting like the weather overhead. "It's just the wind," she insisted, yet I could see the flicker of something. Was it fear? Was it the realization that perhaps there was more than we could see? It was fleeting, but in that moment, the air shimmered with possibility. "Or it's the ghost," I murmured, testing the weight of the words. "The one that's come to reclaim what's lost." Her gaze darted to the shadows, her breath catching. The storm raged around us, but it was those whispered stories that filled the silence, drawing us into a labyrinth of our own making. Each myth clung to the air, heavy and charged, swirling with the ghosts of our past. "I remember," I began, my voice thick with the weight of memories long buried, the stories my grandmother told me. How the winter came to punish those who forgot the land, who forgot the cycle of giving and taking. Elena's eyes widened, a glimmer of recognition, or was it fear? I couldn't tell. "You think we've forgotten?" "Maybe," I said, feeling the weight of the words settle upon us like frost. "Maybe it's time we remember." In that moment, I realized it wasn't just the stories that haunted us but the seasons themselves, how they shaped our beliefs, our fears, our very existence. The darkness was not outside us but within, a reflection of our own struggles, our own doubts. And just like the storm, it raged and swirled, demanding to be acknowledged. A flash of lightning illuminated the square, a stark white light momentarily banishing the shadows. I caught a glimpse of her face, etched with determination mingled with despair. I wanted to reach through the storm, to grab her hand and pull her back from the edge, but the thunder roared, drowning out my thoughts. "Are you ready to face it?" I whispered, my heart hammering in my chest. She stepped closer, defiance igniting the spark in her eyes. "Together," she said, and for a fleeting moment, the storm felt like a promise rather than a threat. But as the clouds darkened and the wails grew louder, I couldn't shake the feeling that the myths were alive, that they had teeth and claws, ready to tear at our beliefs, ready to swallow us whole. And in this moment, as the storm howled, I realized every heartbeat echoed through the seasons, every breath became a thread in the tapestry of our fears, binding us together in a dance of shadows and light. The storm raged on, a relentless tempest, yet within its chaos, a flicker of hope emerged, daring us to confront the very beliefs that had held us captive. And just like that, the story continued, spiraling into the next chapter, a seamless loop of emotion and tension, one that would forever bind us to the seasons that shaped our souls. The clock ticked ominously in the dim, cluttered room, each second echoing like a pulse in the silence. Sarah stood frozen, cradling a tattered journal, her heart racing like a trapped bird. The words leapt out at her between the yellowed pages, haunted confessions of the dead. I remember the moment before I died. It felt like a dream, yet so real, the ink smudged, as if the writer had wept over it. She shivered, glancing at the window where the moonlight spilled like ghostly fingers, stretching into dark corners, teasing shadows that whispered secrets long forgotten. In that stillness, she questioned everything, life, death, the thin veil that separated them. "Do you believe in ghosts?" The question echoed from behind her, breaking the trance. Tom, her brother, leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. His eyes were weary, haunted. "They say the dead don't rest easy." "I don't know what to believe anymore," she replied, her voice raw, trembling. The weight of their mother's death hung heavy between them, a palpable presence. 3 months since the funeral, and they were still trying to find their footing in a world that seemed to tilt off its axis. What if? What if she's still here? Watching us, waiting. Tom stepped closer, his breath hitching. You're not serious. He laughed, a hollow sound, but the fear in his eyes betrayed him. That's just a myth, Sarah. Just stories people tell to cope with loss. But as she stared into his face, she saw the truth, the cracks in his bravado. He wanted to believe, to find comfort in the idea that their mother still lingered nearby, that love could transcend the boundaries of life and death. I remember when she used to tell us those stories at night. The ones about the afterlife, she murmured, her voice a whisper now, heavy like the shadows around them. The fields of Elysium, the river Styx, her words slipped away, drowned in the weight of their shared grief. Those were just tales, Sarah. He shook his head, but there was a tremor in his voice. Nothing but myths. Yet even he knew, deep down, fear twinged at the edges of belief. Then why do we feel her here? She gestured to the room filled with echoes of laughter, warmth, and love that had once filled their home, now replaced by a suffocating silence. I can feel her presence, like a flickering candle in the dark. Do you? Tom hesitated, fear and longing battling in his chest. What if it's just our minds playing tricks? Or what if it's not? The words hung between them, heavy with unspoken truths. She turned back to the journal, fingers trembling as they traced the delicate pages. It says here, the moment you die, your soul is drawn into a realm of judgment. Every choice, every regret, laid bare. Stop it. Tom's voice cut through the night like a knife. You're going to drive yourself mad. Mad? She laughed, the sound shattering the tension. Or enlightened? She held the journal close, a lifeline, a key to understanding the ungraspable. We fear death, Tom. It's the ultimate unknown, and we cling to these myths to shield ourselves. But what if we're wrong? What if the afterlife is just a continuation? The shadows seemed to shudder at her words. They sat in the intensity of that moment, the air thick with unfiltered emotions. The tension was a living thing, wrapping around them like a serpent, squeezing, pulling them deeper into the abyss of their fears. I can't lose you, too. Tom's voice cracked, vulnerability spilling forth. You're all I have left. She met his gaze, a mirror of pain and loss, and a flicker of hope ignited within her. We're here now. We have each other. Their eyes locked, and time stood still. Outside, the world continued to spin, a cacophony of life, laughter, and love. But here, in this cocoon of despair, they faced the darkness together. They had to confront the myths, the beliefs that shaped their understanding of existence. I remember, Sarah began, her voice barely above a whisper. I remember Mom saying that love is eternal, that it transcends even death. Isn't it worth believing in? Believing in what? Ghosts? Afterlives? Tom's skepticism was crumbling, but he struggled against it. What if it's all just a trap, a way to keep us shackled to pain? Then let's break free. She took a deep breath, the air thick with memories and tears. Let's create our own myth. One that doesn't bind us to sorrow but lifts us into the cosmos. The room seemed to pulse, alive with their conflicting emotions. The clock ticked louder, echoing the urgency of their hearts. What if we're the ones who have to let go, she whispered. Let go of the fear, the grief, and embrace the possibility. Tom's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, the battle within him raging. But how? How do we let go? By remembering the love. Her voice was steady, a lifeline among the chaos. We carry that forward. It becomes our myth, our legacy. Outside, the night deepened, the moon a witness to their pain and hope. In that moment, as they faced the shadows, they dared to believe, perhaps death was not an end but a passage, a transformation. The journal trembled in her hands, the pages flickering like candle flames, whispering secrets of the afterlife. I remember, Sarah breathed in, feeling the weight of every word, every heartbeat, echoing the stories they told themselves. I remember the love. It never truly dies. And just like that, amidst the haunting silence of the room, the myths of the afterlife began to unravel, wrapping around them like a shroud of warmth, pulling them closer to the embrace of eternity. As the clock ticked on, the tension hung thick, promising more than just an end, but the beginning of something profoundly beautiful and terrifying. The shadows danced, and the stories stirred, waiting to weave their threads into the fabric of existence. The air thrummed with a tension that was almost alive, a pulse that reverberated through the empty square where the villagers had gathered. Shadows flickered as the last of the sun melted into the horizon, staining the sky a bruised purple. I stood at the edge, my heart hammering in my chest, caught between the weight of the moment and a desperate urge to flee. I could see her, Lena, clutching a fraying woven bag that hid a treasure of words, a secret history, her knuckles white as she gripped it tight. "Tell them." The voice was raw, a plea wrapped in defiance, but it cracked like a twig underfoot. It came from Joran, his face marred by fear and hope, his eyes wild like the storm clouds gathering above. He was the town's blacksmith, a man who forged iron but felt too soft against the world's cruel edges. The air thickened with the scent of impending rain, mingling with the earthy smell of the soil, as if the world itself held its breath. "Please, Lena, tell them the story," he pressed again, his words a desperate whisper, clawing at the fabric of the gathering crowd. I could see the flickers of doubt dance in their eyes, the villagers weighed down by generations of silence, of forgotten lore. They were waiting, like stars waiting for the night to unfold, but the night was already stalking them, dark and predatory. "I remember," she began, her voice trembling as the first drops of rain fell, each one a teardrop from the heavens. "I remember the night the whispers began, how they curled through the trees like smoke, wrapping around us, pulling us into the stories of our ancestors." Her voice, a fragile thread, wove through the air, stirring memories from hearts that had long since buried them. I could feel the tension in the crowd shift, transforming from skepticism to something almost reverent. The tales, they were alive, they breathed with us, they shaped our lives. Joran's gaze burned into her, fierce and unyielding, as if willing her to summon the strength of 1,000 generations. "The myths are our blood. They can't keep us in shadows anymore." And there it was, the pulse of poetry, rhythmic and fierce, a reminder that our identity was stitched together by the words that echoed through time. The stories were not mere echoes, they were our foundation, a bridge spanning the void between the living and the dead. And yet, as Lena's voice trembled like a candle in the wind, I could see the doubt creeping back, creeping like the vines that choked the life from our once vibrant home. "Tell them about the night the moon fell," Joran urged, desperation stitching every word into a lifeline. "I remember," she whispered again, and I felt it, an electric charge coursing through the crowd, binding us together with a thread spun from shared history. "I remember the sky cracked open, and the moon. Oh, it was beautiful, a silver orb tumbling like a wayward child, its glow spilling like milk across the fields." Images flickered in my mind, children dancing in that moonlight, laughter rising like smoke into the starlit sky, a fragile moment of joy before the world turned dark. Hearts beating fast, faces alight with wonder, dreams stitched into the fabric of that eternal night. But then, she continued, her voice cracking like glass, it shattered into 1,000 pieces, and with it, the story scattered like leaves on a winter wind. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, the weight of her words filling the air with a palpable sorrow. I could see the ghosts of memories haunt their faces, dreams of a world stitched together by myth and song, all crumbling like ancient ruins. "Without the stories, we are nothing," Joran declared, his voice a thunderclap in the impending storm, echoing off the walls of our collective despair. "We lose our way, our roots. We become shadows in a memoryless void." In that moment, something shifted. The rain fell harder, drumming against the earth like the heartbeat of a giant, and with it came a surge of resolve. Lena's eyes sparkled with the strength of forgotten ancestors. "But we can reclaim them," she said fiercely, passion igniting her tone. "The tales can live again. They can thrive in our hearts, flow through our veins like fire." I felt it, a surge of energy, a wave cresting and crashing over the crowd, sweeping through the villagers like a rip tide. There were no more shadows now, only the fierce light of shared memories, the pulsing beat of a heart that was ours. "Tell them about the stars," someone shouted, breaking the grip of fear. Let them know they still shine for us." Lena nodded, tears glimmering like jewels in her eyes, as she began weaving new threads into the tapestry of our lives. The stars are our ancestors, watching over us, whispering their secrets in the silent night. Each word poured from her, a balm, a healing salve for wounds that had festered for too long. I could feel the weight of history shifting, the echoes of voices long gone intertwining with the present, filling the space with warmth. It was a fragile thing, this resurrection of memory, this reclamation of identity. But I believed, as did the crowd, that we could weave the tales back together, that the power of poetry could ignite the fire within us. And as the storm broke free, rain pouring down in torrents, I stood there, caught between past and present, between fear and hope, as the stories swirled around us like ghosts come home. The tension hung thick in the air, electric and charged, as the moment spiraled into something greater than a mere gathering of villagers. It was a reckoning, a fierce clash of shadows and light, a call to arms woven with words. The universe itself trembled at the weight of forgotten stories yearning to be heard, and I felt it, a seismic shift in the very fabric of our existence. I remembered the stories, the ones I had buried deep within, and I knew, so did they. The candle flickered, casting a delicate shadow that danced against the cracked stone walls, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and unspoken prayers. Somewhere in the distance, a clock chimed, each note pulsed like a heartbeat, echoing through the cold, heartless hall. I could feel it in my bones, a primal understanding that this moment was heavy, burdened with the weight of symbols and sacred objects that whispered secrets best left unspoken. The altar loomed, a grotesque amalgamation of bloodstone and obsidian, a grotesque canvas of the sacred and profane. "Do you feel it?" Mara's voice was low, laced with an urgency that ignited the air. Her fingers brushed against the worn edge of a talisman, a simple, unassuming piece bearing the mark of an old god. It trembled under her touch, as if alive. This is no mere relic. It holds the heart of our past. I could see the shadows in her eyes, a haunting reminder of the sacrifices she had made. Once vibrant, now draped in the cloak of despair, she was a storm bottled beneath skin. "You can't just hold it, Mara. You have to return it." I remember what it means. I remember how we stop, she hissed, her breath hitching like a broken string. "You think I don't know? This isn't just about us anymore." Her desperation hung in the air, thick and pungent, suffocating me. "It's about them." The unspoken them loomed larger than the shadows, a ghostly reminder of the family she had lost, of rituals forgotten, and of the souls tethered to this cursed object. Across the stone chamber, Isaac stood stooped, clutching a rusty dagger, its blade glinting with a malevolence that seemed to pulse with every flicker of the candlelight. The symbol carved into its hilt, a blasphemous sigil, screamed of betrayal and bloodshed. "You want to talk of ghosts?" His voice was brittle, edged with a bitterness that could cut through flesh. "I see them every night. Their faces haunt me, their whispers claw at my sanity. This is what we have become. We're more than echoes now. We're the reckoning." My heart thundered. I wanted to shake him, to scream that every choice we made had led us here. I wanted to tear the dagger from his hands, to cleanse it, to purify it. But the energy crackling between us, an electric tension, held me hostage. The symbols we revered, the sacred objects we clung to for solace, had become chains. Each had a story, a memory echoing through the chambers of time. They bound us, yet called us back, an unyielding force that wrapped around our hearts like a serpent. Mara stepped closer to Isaac, desperation clawing at her throat. "It doesn't have to end like this. We can't let fear consume us. Remember the stories our elders told? The rituals they shared by the firelight, their faces aglow with hope." The word spilled out, a plea wrapped in a memory. "We can take back what was lost." But Isaac shook his head, the shadows swallowing him whole. "Hope? Hope is a cruel joke," he spat. "Look around. These symbols we once adored are nothing but reminders of our failures. They hold our pain, our regrets. They don't protect us, they mock us." The altar seemed to pulse, an ominous heartbeat that synchronized with our rising dread. I glanced at the talisman in Mara's hands, its surface rippling with a history that demanded acknowledgement. Each etching, each scar told tales of warriors who fought for love, for redemption. I could almost hear their whispers, a chorus of longing that wrapped around my being. "We can't abandon them," I murmured, barely above a whisper. "They deserve to be remembered, honored." Honored. Isaac laughed, but the sound was hollow, devoid of mirth. "You think honoring the past will change our fate? This isn't a fairy tale, Sky. This is real. These objects are cursed." He pointed the dagger at the altar, as if challenging the very essence of the sacred. "They brought us here, to this darkness." "No." Mara's voice rose, a battle cry that cracked through the tension like thunder. "They can bring us back if we let them. You can't give up, neither of you." Tears glistened in her eyes, shimmering like fallen stars. "I refuse to accept this ending. Not for us. Not for them." And the candle flickered, flames dancing widely, illuminating the echoes of our past. I felt the pull of those symbols deep within my chest, like a heartbeat that belonged to something greater. They were not just objects, they were vessels of memory, of hope, of love lost and battles fought. But they were also chains, heavy and oppressive. The shadows whispered secrets, taunting us with the weight of our choices, forcing us to confront our fears. I remembered the night my mother held the very same talisman, her voice trembling as she spoke of the power it contained, a power that was supposed to protect, to guide us. I remembered the warmth of her embrace, the safety that seemed to radiate from her. "Mara," I breathed, desperation clawing at my throat. "What if we're wrong? What if these symbols bind us to the past, to a darkness we can't escape?" Her gaze pierced through the gloom, fierce and unyielding. "Then we break the cycle. Together." But Isaac's laughter echoed, cold and sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. "Together?" His eyes glinted with madness. "We're already broken, Mara. This," he gestured to the altar, "is just a monument to our failures. No more symbols, no more rituals. We need to forge our own path." Each heartbeat thudded in my ears, a relentless reminder of this moment, this fractured reality where shadows danced, and symbols loomed ominous. I could feel the world closing in, the air thickening around us like a storm ready to unleash its fury. "Let go!" Isaac shouted, the dagger trembling in his grip. "Let go before we're consumed." But as I stood there, feeling the weight of our history pressing down, I realized something profound. These symbols were not chains, they were anchors, grounding us in our shared humanity. They were echoes of laughter and tears, of love and loss. And as the candle flickered defiantly, I felt the pull, an undeniable urge to grasp onto the talisman, to hold it tight against my chest, to embrace the pain and the hope it represented. And in that moment, we were on the brink of something vast and terrifying. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, where shadows clashed and symbols fought for their place in our hearts. We held the power to break free or to succumb to the darkness that threatened to engulf us. The altar loomed before us, a challenge we couldn't ignore. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders, a storm ready to break. And as the final chime of the clock echoed through the chamber, we stood on the precipice, 3 souls caught in the web of the sacred and the cursed, bound by a history we couldn't escape. The flickering candlelight whispered secrets, the shadows danced around us, and the night held its breath, waiting for our next move. The sun hung low in the sky, a burning orb casting long shadows that fought over the cracked earth, whispering secrets of ancient lives. A cacophony of voices echoed through the narrow streets, a symphony of laughter, anger, and despair, each note a reminder that here, in the heart of Mesopotamia, time was both a relentless predator and an indifferent witness. I stood there, heart pounding against my ribcage, as if it were trying to break free from the weight of the world. I remember the moment when he appeared, as sudden as lightning slicing through a stormy sky. Ishmael, his eyes dark pools of anguish, stood frozen before me. His hands trembled as they clutched a clay tablet, the cuneiform script etched into its surface like an ancient oath. "They're coming," he hissed, every word dripped with urgency, like poison. Around us, the air thickened with the scent of impending doom, a storm brewing not in the skies but in the hearts of men. I remember feeling it, the fear crackling like static electricity in the air, wrapping its icy fingers around my spine. The tension was palpable, a noose tightening with every heartbeat. "What do you mean, Ishmael? Who's coming?" I could barely choke the words out. My voice wavered, as if it were a fragile branch bending under an unseen weight. "The Egyptians, they think they are gods, but they are just men with power." He spat the words, the bitterness threatening to choke him. "They want to expand, to swallow us whole. We must prepare." In that moment, I saw the truth reflected in his eyes, a truth I had tried to deny. The fear of invasion was no longer a distant specter, it was a beast clawing at our doorstep, hungry and relentless. But there was more than fear in Ishmael's gaze, there was anger, a burning rage that ignited a flicker of something within me, too. I remember the weight of the world on my shoulders as I glanced toward the river, its waters glistening like a serpent under the dying sun. How easily it could swallow us, take our stories, our dreams, our very existence. The Euphrates had seen empires rise and fall, and now it bore witness to our impending doom. "Zara," Ishmael's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts, dragging me back from the abyss. "We cannot let them take our home. We'll fight. We must." Zara, the name felt like a spell, conjuring images of my sister. Brave, fierce Zara, who wielded a dagger like a tempest and wore her heart on her sleeve. She wouldn't back down, not against the Egyptians or anyone else. But was it enough? Would her fire be enough to ignite a rebellion? In the midst of my swirling fears, I remembered her words, spoken in the quiet of night, when shadows danced on the walls. Sometimes, the strongest weapon we have is our spirit. They may take our land, but they cannot take our souls. The echo of her laughter rang in my ears, a haunting melody that filled the darkness. I remembered the nights we spent by the river, dreaming of a world where we were free, where the chains of culture, borders, and bloodlines did not bind us. The air shifted, and I could almost hear the rustle of their chariots, the galloping hooves of the Egyptian soldiers advancing like a dark tide. I feared what would come next, but even more, I feared for Zara. The thought of her fighting, of her spirit clashing against the cold steel of a sword, made my stomach churn. "Ishmael," I whispered, my voice barely a breath. "What if we can't stop them?" He met my gaze, his expression hardening like clay baked in an unforgiving fire. "Then we die trying. But I will not sit idle while they take our home." And there it was, the spark of rebellion igniting within me, fueled by the ghosts of our ancestors who had lived and loved against the tide of history. I could hear their whispers, urging me to rise, to stand alongside Ishmael and Zara, to face the shadows that loomed ever closer. I remember the din of preparation, the pounding of hammers shaping weapons, the fierce whispers of strategy buzzing like a swarm of bees. Our little band of defenders, each with their own scars and stories, ready to stand against the might of a civilization that saw us as nothing more than dust beneath their sandals. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood and fire, I felt the weight of uncertainty settle over me like a shroud. A part of me was terrified, caught in the grasp of fear, while another part buzzed with a reckless abandon, daring the gods to test us. Ishmael's hand found mine, squeezing tightly. "Together, Zara and I will fight. We'll fight for our families, for our home. But we must be cunning, we must outsmart them." As the shadows lengthened, I thought of our ancestors, of the countless stories woven into the fabric of our culture, the strength of our gods echoing through the ages. The Egyptians might have their gods, powerful and ancient, but we had something they did not, the fire in our hearts, the spirit of our people. And yet, as I stared into the distance, I couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps, just perhaps, we were outmatched. The Egyptians were not merely invaders, they were a force of nature, a tempest rolling toward us with the promise of destruction. But fear is a strange beast. It can crush you, or it can set you free. And in that moment, as the last sliver of light vanished, I felt a shift, a sense of purpose rising within me. I would not be a pawn in this game of history. Together, we would forge our destinies against the tide of the ages. Whatever awaited us in the dark, whatever confrontation loomed just over the horizon, would not have the final say. So there we stood, three souls intertwined by fate, ready to plunge into the storm that was to come. The weight of history bore down on us, but we were ready to meet it head-on, to embrace our destiny, whatever it might be. The shadows danced, whispering promises and threats alike. The night was thick with tension, the air crackling with anticipation. I remembered the stories of old, the clashes of cultures, the rise and fall of empires. They would not end here, not today. As the first stars blinked into existence, we took our first steps toward an uncertain future, hearts pounding, spirits ignited. The battle was coming. And we would be ready. The battlefield stank of iron and smoke, an acrid concoction that clawed at the throat and scratched the soul. I stood frozen in that moment, the sounds of chaos swirling around me, a cacophony of screams, clashing steel, and the thunderous beat of war drums reverberating through the air. The sun hung low, smeared in crimson, as if the sky itself bled for the fallen. I could feel the tremor of the earth beneath my feet, trembling with the weight of the dying and the desperate hope of the living. "Keep moving!" A voice barked. It was Thomas, his eyes wild with fear, a man who wore his heart on his sleeve, a flawed hero forged in the fires of necessity. His hands were stained with the blood of comrades and foes alike, trembling with the raw energy of survival. He was no warrior by nature, he was an artist, a poet, yet here he was, thrust into the maelstrom, wielding a sword that felt more like an extension of his dreams than a tool of murder. "I can't," I gasped, my breath hitching as the weight of the moment crushed me. My name was lost in the din, a whisper carried away by the wind. I could see it in Thomas's eyes, the glimmer of doubt, the flicker of despair. I was no better than the ghosts that haunted this field, frozen in fear, paralyzed by the enormity of what we faced. "Damn it, we have to go. Or we'll end up like them." He gestured wildly, and my gaze followed his. Bodies littered the ground, twisted and broken, a grotesque tapestry of lives extinguished. Each lifeless form told a story, and I felt their echoes resonate through me, a symphony of what was lost. And then there was Ilara. She was a firecracker, a storm personified, a spirit as fierce as the blade she wielded. I remembered her laughter, how it rang like bells even in the darkest of times. But now, as she fought amidst the chaos, a grim determination masked her face. She had always believed in the myth of heroism, the tales spun by bards of valiant knights and noble sacrifices. But standing beside her, I felt the weight of truth, the truth that heroes often falter, that every tale is woven with strands of cowardice and regret. "Thomas! Ilara!" I cried, the words clawing at my throat, raw and desperate. But the battle raged on, drowning my voice like a whisper lost in a storm. I staggered forward, the ground slick beneath my feet. Fear surged through me, a tidal wave crashing, but something deeper took hold, a sense of loss, of inevitable sacrifice. "Keep your head!" Thomas shouted, slashing at an enemy who surged toward us. The arc of his blade shimmered, catching the last rays of sunlight like a fleeting promise. But promises are slippery, and I felt my own resolve waning. I remembered the stories of battles past, the myths that painted war as glorious, yet here, in the belly of the beast, glory felt like a facade, a distant dream drifting just beyond reach. I watched Ilara, the way she moved, a dance of fury and desperation. Each swing of her weapon carved away pieces of her spirit, turning her laughter into a distant memory. "This isn't what they sang about," she shouted, and her voice trembled with realization, the myth unraveling before our eyes. The blood that soaked the earth was not a testament to valor, it was an elegy for the foolishness of dreams. "Hold the line," came a voice, booming like thunder, and I felt the air shift, a palpable tension wrapping around us, squeezing the breath from our lungs. The enemy surged, a wave of dark figures, and I felt time slow, each heartbeat echoing in my ears like the ticking of a clock counting down to oblivion. I glanced at Thomas, his face pale, eyes wide, as if he stood on the precipice of a revelation. I remember a time when battle was a game," he whispered, as if sharing a secret with the universe. "But now it's a nightmare." Each word felt like a confession, a strip of skin peeled back to reveal the raw flesh beneath. The moment splintered as chaos erupted. The air filled with the clang of metal, the cries of the fallen, the visceral reality that no myth could encapsulate. I stumbled back, the ground shifting beneath me, and in that moment, I was a child again, hiding under the table, pretending the world outside was merely a play. But this was no play, this was life, unforgiving and brutal. "Get up!" Elara cried, her voice a siren call. I felt the heat of her resolve, the flicker of hope igniting within me. I remembered the dreams we shared, the visions of heroism that felt so intoxicating. We fight for each other. We will not let this story end in silence. But as I stumbled to my feet, the shadows deepened, whispers curling around us. I could feel them, the ghosts of the battlefield, remnants of dreams long extinguished. Each spectral figure a reminder that war is a thief, stealing not just lives but the very essence of who we are. And then, in that twisted, macabre ballet of life and death, as swords clashed and the air filled with the stench of despair, I realized there was no glory here, only the raw, unrelenting truth that we were all flawed, all caught in this endless cycle. With each heartbeat, the tension thickened, tightening its grip around our throats. The battle raged on, a tempest of fear and courage, and I knew then that there would be no neat conclusion, no heroic tale to wrap this chaos. Just echoes of what we once dreamed, fading like smoke against the horizon. "Together!" Thomas shouted, rallying what remained of our spirits. The clash of metal rang out, the world blurring into a savage rhythm, and I felt the adrenaline surge, an electric current binding us in that moment. I was lost, but I was alive, and perhaps that was enough. And as we charged forward, into the heart of the storm, I understood, this was just the beginning. The stories we would tell, the myths that would rise from this battlefield, would be stitched together with threads of sorrow and triumph, despair and hope. A tapestry as intricate and chaotic as life itself, forever unfolding, never truly finished. The air crackled with anticipation, thick and electric, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and burnt orange. A distant drumbeat pulsed like a heartbeat, steady, relentless, a summons echoing through the gathering shadows. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my heart racing, trapped in the moment where past and future collided. This was no ordinary night, it was the night of reckoning, a festival steeped in layers of forgotten myth and raw, unyielding power. I could see Mara, her figure silhouetted against the flickering flames, her eyes wide with an intensity that matched the fire's glow. She was a storm wrapped in human skin, a whirlwind of emotion trapped in a world that could never truly understand her. Tonight, she sought something, redemption, perhaps, or revenge, but the air thickened with the weight of her desire. I could taste her fear, sharp and metallic, as it mingled with the smoke that curled around us. Then there was Eli. Oh, Eli. A gentle giant, cursed with a heart too large for a world that had long since forgotten compassion. I could see the anguish writ large on his face, a canvas of betrayal and loss. His hands trembled, not from the cold, but from the memory of a loved one lost to the very rituals we were about to witness. He sought solace in the dance of flames, a flickering hope that something, anything, could heal the gaping wound left behind. Yet, could he bear the truth of what lay ahead? The drums grew louder, and the air hummed with the energy of the crowd, thrumming through me, demanding attention. Shadows twisted and danced in the firelight, the figures around us caught in a frenzy of movement. It was a fever dream, this festival, a haunting reminder that mankind has always sought to appease gods and demons alike with blood and song. I remember the way the villagers moved, the rhythmic rise and fall, a primal dance of desperation and elation. They wore masks, grotesque and beautiful, a tapestry of culture woven from centuries of myth. I could almost hear the whispers of the past in the rustle of their garments, stories of love lost, of battles fought, of the cyclical nature of life and death. Each masked face hid a soul, each beat of the drum a pulse of history, and I felt myself drawn deeper, as if the very ground beneath me craved my participation. Mara stepped forward, her voice rising above the din, a siren's call that pierced through the chaos. Tonight, we honor the spirits. We ask for forgiveness. We demand justice. Her words cracked like thunder, a rallying cry that sent shivers down my spine. She was more than just a participant, she was a vessel carrying the weight of generations. I could see it in her eyes, fierce and wild. Yet a sliver of doubt danced behind that fire, a flickering uncertainty of what justice truly meant. And Eli, my dear Eli, stood paralyzed. His eyes darted among the revelers, searching for something that wasn't there. "I can't," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. "I can't do this." I wanted to reach out, to pull him into the warmth of the crowd, but the fear radiating from him was a wall I couldn't penetrate. What did he fear more, participating in a ritual steeped in blood, or facing the ghosts that had haunted him since that fateful day? The festival was a mirror, reflecting the darkest corners of their souls, and as the drums thundered, I felt the tension build. I could sense the shifting beneath the surface, a tempest brewing as the ancient spirit stirred restlessly, demanding to be acknowledged. The air was thick with the scent of sacrifice, and the shadows deepened, wrapping around us like a shroud as the first offerings were set ablaze. I remember the screams that pierced through the night, raw and haunting. They were not screams of fear, but of liberation. The villagers danced around the flames, their movements frenetic, as if the fire itself could cleanse them of their sins. Yet, I could see the truth behind their fervor, a desperate need to escape, to transcend the pain. They were all running from something, just as we were. Mara stepped into the firelight, her silhouette blurring, merging with the darkness that surrounded her. I could hear her muttering prayers, incantations that tugged at the very fabric of reality. She was a warrior, a priestess, and a vessel for all the rage and sorrow that had been bottled up over the years. I watched her, captivated and terrified, knowing that she was about to unleash a force we might not be ready to face. "Are you ready, Eli?" I asked, my voice trembling. His gaze met mine, filled with a mix of fear and yearning. In that moment, we were connected, two souls caught in the same tempest. I could feel the weight of his pain, the crushing memories that threatened to consume him. "We don't have to do this alone," I urged. But he was lost in the moment, his heart divided, between the past that chained him and the future that beckoned him, a siren's call that promised salvation. As the villagers began to chant, the rhythm building in intensity, I felt the ground tremble beneath us. The very earth we stood upon seemed alive, pulsating with the energy of countless souls who had come before us, their whispers weaving through the night, a tapestry of despair and hope. My breath caught in my throat as I realized we were at the precipice of something monumental, something that would leave its mark on all of us. And then, as if summoned by our collective energy, the shadows erupted. Something emerged from the darkness, a manifestation of all our fears and desires, swirling and shifting like a living nightmare. The flames leapt higher, casting eerie shadows, and the roar of the crowd crescendoed into a heartbeat of chaos. We were no longer mere spectators, we had become part of the very myth we sought to honor. In that moment, I knew that festivals and rituals are not just celebrations, they are the crucibles of our existence. They force us to confront our deepest selves, to wrestle with our demons and embrace our humanity. We were all intertwined in this dance, Mara, Eli, and I, tethered by the invisible threads of our own stories, our own histories, echoing with both beauty and horror. As the world around us twisted into a frenzy, I felt the weight of eternity pressing down, a reminder that time is but an illusion. I inhaled deeply, the night air rich with promise and dread, knowing that this moment would ripple through time, forever altering who we were. The festival was more than a celebration, it was a reckoning, a confrontation with the ghosts of our pasts, and I was ready to face whatever lay ahead. And as the shadows danced and the drums beat on, I plunged into the chaos, my heart racing, knowing that this was just the beginning. The weight of the night hung heavy, wrapping around us like a shroud, as we took our places in this age-old story, forever woven into the fabric of the cosmos. The sun hung low, a molten eye glaring down at the parched earth, where the silence pulsed like a heartbeat. Layla stood at the edge of the marketplace, her fingers trembling around the worn leather reins, the weight of the world resting on her shoulders. She could hear the whispers of the crowd, a cacophony of hope and despair wrapped in the scent of spices and sweat. The camel, her beloved Jamil, shifted uneasily beside her, its breath a warm mist against her skin. In that moment, she felt an impending storm, an electric tension that crackled in the air, thick and suffocating. "I can't do this," she murmured, her voice barely breaking above the din. But the truth clawed at her insides, she had to. The whispers intensified, a tide of expectancy. They were counting on her. Across the square, beneath the shadow of the ancient stone arch, Amir stood, arms crossed, the ghost of a smile haunting his lips. He was the embodiment of contradictions, a fierce protector with a heart that harbored secrets. His eyes glinted with a determination that made her stomach twist. He had always believed in the myth of the camel, the tales of resilience and strength woven through the fabric of their culture. But today, the stakes were higher. Today, the camel was more than just an animal, it was a lifeline to their future. I remember, Layla's thoughts tumbled back to the night spent beneath the stars, Jamil lying beside them like a guardian. They had shared laughter and dreams, their voices rising in harmony with the whispers of the desert wind. Amir had spoken of the camel as a symbol of unity, a bearer of burdens, and in that moment, she had believed him. But now, doubt gnawed at her. What if we fail? Her heart raced like a wild stallion, thundering against her ribs. What if we lose everything? Amir stepped forward, his presence steadying her. We won't. We can't. This is our moment, Layla. His voice was a low rumble, filled with raw conviction that ignited a flicker of hope within her. But the shadows of the past loomed large, taunting her. She recalled how her father had once clutched her close, whispering stories of the camel's strength, the way it could traverse the harshest of landscapes, carrying not just burdens but dreams. He'd said it was a promise, a pact with the earth, a connection to something greater. Yet, as she stood there, heart pounding, it felt like a cruel joke. Jamil is more than just a beast of burden, Amir continued, his eyes searching hers, seeking to etch conviction into her soul. He is a part of our heritage, our identity. We are the storytellers, Layla. We have to tell this story. But all Layla could see was the flicker of fear in the eyes of the townsfolk, their desperation mirrored in her own. The myth that had once brought warmth to her heart now felt like a shackle, an expectation she couldn't bear. The air thickened, she could taste the bitterness of uncertainty. Suddenly, a shout pierced the tense atmosphere, and Layla turned sharply. A figure darted through the crowd, Rummy, the town's mischief maker, his laughter slicing through the tension like a knife. His wild hair danced in the wind as he approached, his boyish grin a mask for the storm gathering within him. He was reckless, a spark in a world that felt extinguished. Are you really going to let them take the camel? He jeered, his words dripping with playful sarcasm. What's next? A dance-off with the desert. Layla's heart ached for the innocence he embodied, yet she couldn't ignore the gravity of their situation. Rummy, this isn't a game. They want to take him for the festival. They think they can show the world that they own the myth. Then let them try, he scoffed, waving an arm dismissively. Let's show them how ridiculous they are. Jamil is no mere beast. He's a legend. But legends come at a cost. Layla felt the weight of history pressing down, the echoes of her ancestors whispering cautionary tales. She remembered the time when her family had lost everything, the camel, a trusted companion, taken away as a symbol of defeat. What if it ends badly, she whispered, her voice cracking. Rummy's expression faltered for a moment, and for the first time, she saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. It was fleeting, a ghost of vulnerability, but it struck her harder than any accusation. The only way to find out is to fight for him, Layla, he said finally, his voice dropping to a fervent whisper. To fight for ourselves. The marketplace swelled around them, a living organism pulsing with life and chaos, and at that moment, Layla understood that this was about more than just a camel. It was about resilience, about defiance against a world that sought to strip them of their identity. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the stone streets, Layla felt the fire ignite within her. It surged through her veins, a promise that she would not cower in the face of fear. You're right, Rummy, she breathed, the words tasting foreign yet liberating. We will not let them take our stories. Amir stepped closer, determination etched in every line of his face. Let's show them, then. Let's show them what the myth of the camel truly means. The crowd, sensing the shift, began to rally, a wave of voices rising as one, a chorus of hearts beating in solidarity. Layla's breath quickened, the rhythm of their shared resolve enveloping her like a shroud. Every heartbeat echoed with the weight of history, of struggle, of hope. Here, in this moment, wrapped in the fabric of the past, they stood together, not just as individuals but as a tapestry of stories woven through time. The air crackled with anticipation, the ground beneath them trembling with the promise of what lay ahead. Layla tightened her grip on Jamil's reins, feeling the steady thrum of life pulse through the beast's powerful frame. The myth was alive, and it was theirs to tell. And as the sun surrendered to the horizon, darkness crept in, a cloak of uncertainty. But it was in that very darkness that they would find their strength. In the silence that followed, they could hear the whispers of the stars, waiting to witness the legend they were about to create. With every breath, they stepped toward the storm, hearts pounding, souls ignited. There was no turning back. The myth of the camel awaited, eager to unfold. The air crackled with tension, thick as fog rolling off a graveyard at midnight. I stood there, heart pounding, each beat echoing like a war drum, reverberating through the stony silence of the valley. The moon hung low, a spectral eye, casting pale silver light upon the crumbling ruins of Uzzā, the fabled lost city. Shadows danced like specters, cloaked in secrets, waiting for the unwary to stumble upon their ghosts. "Do you hear it?" Nadia's voice pierced the stillness like a knife, sharp and laced with fear. Her eyes, wide and haunted, searched the darkness. The whispers, they're calling to us. I could almost taste her dread, bitter and metallic, mingling with the damp earth beneath our feet. Uzzā had swallowed cities whole, stories, lives, echoes of laughter now buried beneath the weight of ages. It was a place both cursed and revered, a labyrinth of lost souls. I turned to her, wanting to reach out, to comfort, but I was caught in the web of my own turmoil. I remember, the phrase slipped from my lips, an involuntary confession. I remember the tales of my childhood, of treasures hidden and the price of hubris. Her breath caught, and I knew she remembered too. The stories had always been a lullaby and a warning, a dance on the line between wonder and madness. The air thickened with unspoken words, the kind that lingered like smoke from a dying fire. Then came the thunder, a low rumble, not of the storm, but of something awakening beneath the earth. My pulse quickened, panic clawing at my insides. "We have to go." I grabbed her arm, and she flinched. "Nadia, we can't stay here." But she stood rooted, her gaze fixed upon the mouth of the ancient archway, the entrance that beckoned with a shroud of darkness. "What if it's still there?" "Whatever it is," I whispered, "it shouldn't be disturbed." That was the truth buried beneath our fears. Uzzā had been lost for a reason. A reason we were too young and foolish to understand. A reason that clawed at the edges of our sanity. And then there was Malik, the third of our ragged band, crouched a little ways off, fingers tracing a strange symbol etched into the stone. "Guys!" His voice cracked, filled with awe, tinged with the madness of discovery. "Look at this! What are you doing?" I hissed, but he was entranced, lost in the past as if it were a lover he couldn't let go of. "Can't you feel it?" he breathed, his eyes wide. "This is history. Uzzā was a city of knowledge, of power. We're standing on the brink of something monumental." Nadia's desperation crashed against his enthusiasm like waves against jagged cliffs. "Monumental or not, Malik, it's dangerous." But he was already lost, chasing shadows that danced just beyond reach. The air around him shimmered, as if vibrating with the energy of those long gone. "What if we could bring it back?" "Bring what back?" I asked, frustration boiling within me. Lost cities don't come back. They're buried for a reason. Nadia stepped closer to Malik, her voice barely more than a whisper. "What if you're wrong? What if there's something here, something worth the risk?" Their eyes locked, and I felt the chasm open between us, a widening gulf of desperation and longing. I was the anchor, but even anchors can be swept away by the tide. I wanted to scream, to pull them from the edge, but I was drawn into their gravity. "I remember," I murmured, grounding myself as memories flickered through my mind. My mother, her voice soft and melodic, weaving tales of kings and lost treasures, of glory and despair. The stories, they were always about the price of ambition. Power can twist the heart. Malik dismissed my words with a wave, his breath quickening with excitement. "But what if we could change it? What if we can learn from their mistakes? Or make them ours? I countered, feeling the weight of inevitability settle upon my shoulders like a shroud. Nadia's hands trembled, and a tear slipped down her cheek, glinting in the moonlight. I just want to find something real, something that matters. Her vulnerability pierced my heart. I wanted to tell her that we were real, that this moment was ours, but the valley of Hubal lay before us like a dark abyss, promising both wonder and ruin. A sound reverberated from the archway, a low rumble that felt like the earth itself awakening, a growl of something ancient and powerful. It vibrated through the ground, a heartbeat that synchronized with mine. Did you hear that? I gasped, my voice trembling. Malik's face paled, shadows creeping into his features. Maybe we should run, Nadia shouted, breaking the spell that had woven around us. We sprinted, heartbeats thundering in unison, but the ground beneath us felt alive, alive with the weight of history, of those who had been lost and those who still lingered, ghosts of ambition, dreams turned to ash. I could feel them. Their silent screams washed over me, a tide of despair and yearning, and in that moment, I understood. Hubal was not just a city, it was a mirror of ourselves, our ambitions, our fears, our desire to be more than we were. Don't look back, I shouted, but I was already glancing over my shoulder, drawn to the pulse of the city, the shadows that whispered my name. The archway loomed larger, and I could see it, a flicker of brilliance, a promise of knowledge and power. I remembered the stories, the warnings echoing in my mind, and I knew then that we were not seeking treasure, we were seeking ourselves, lost in the labyrinth of our own making. But the closer we got, the more the shadows shifted, twisting and writhing like wounded serpents. I could feel the pull of Hubal, a gravitational force that threatened to consume us whole. And there it was, the edge of darkness, the threshold between dreams and nightmares. We stood on the brink, breathless, souls laid bare beneath the moon's watchful gaze. Do we dare? I whispered, knowing full well the answer was etched into the very stone we stood upon. The night was a thick blanket, suffocating, wrapping the world in secrets unspoken. A scream pierced the silence, a raw sound, jagged and desperate. I remember that night, the way shadows stretched cruelly across the cobbled streets of Eldergrove, twisting into sinister shapes. The moon hung like a watchful eye, but it offered no comfort. It only magnified the fear that pulsed through my veins. I was running, heart thundering in my chest, each footfall echoing like a drumbeat of dread. Not again, I whispered to myself, but there was no answer, only the wind mocking my feeble attempt at bravery. My breath came in ragged gasps as the earth beneath me trembled with the weight of my choices, my regrets. In the distance, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the dim glow of the gas lamps, flickering like the flame of hope that had long since faded. Claire, with her wild, tangled hair and eyes that shimmered with both fire and fear, stood there, arms outstretched, as if she could catch the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. You have to listen to me. Her voice cracked, trembling like the light itself. If we don't stop him, but what if he's right? I interjected, the words spilling out like a dam breaking. What if the light isn't worth the cost? The thought hung between us, heavy and suffocating, a question that had clawed at my mind for nights on end. The thought of good and evil was no longer a tale of heroes and villains but a blurred line, and I stood precariously on the edge. In that moment, I saw the reflection of my own turmoil in Claire's eyes. Was I the light or the darkness? I remembered my father's voice, thick with disappointment, echoing in the chambers of my memory, "There's no place for weakness in this world." The weight of that expectation threatened to drown me. And then there was Marcus, lurking in the periphery, his presence a constant reminder of the duality within us all. He was a shadow, a whisper of the dark side that lingered beneath the surface. You think you can save her? His voice dripped with venom, the contempt palpable. You think holding on to that hope will change anything? He stepped forward, the night bending around him as if it recognized its own. The world is a canvas, are you going to paint it with rainbows while the storm rages on? Each word was a dagger, twisting deeper into the fragile fabric of my resolve. I felt Claire's hand clutching mine, her warmth a flicker against the encroaching chill. Don't listen to him, she pleaded, her voice barely a whisper. But it was too late. The darkness had begun to seep in, curling around my thoughts, intoxicating and seductive. I stumbled back, caught in a tempest of emotion. The ghosts of my past danced in the shadows, their laughter a haunting melody that echoed through my mind. I remembered the faces of those I had failed, the light I had allowed to dim. Each heartbeat was a reminder of my complicity, my silence as the world spiraled into chaos. The confrontation loomed, electric with tension, as Marcus closed the distance between us. "You want to save her, but you're already lost," he taunted, a cruel smile curling his lips. "Every choice you make drags you further into the abyss. Do you not feel it?" I could feel it, an icy tendril wrapping itself around my heart, squeezing tighter with every word. I wanted to fight, to scream, to declare that I was more than the sum of my fears. But the truth clawed at me, raw and unrelenting. I was afraid of the darkness because it was a part of me. It whispered sweet promises, luring me into its embrace. "Stop!" Claire shouted, stepping forward, her eyes blazing with defiance. "You're not the monster here, and neither is he." Her voice was a fragile thread, weaving through the chaos, pulling me back to the surface. "We are not defined by our fears. We are defined by our choices." I could see the light in her, a flickering candle against the storm, and I felt something shift within me. The shadows trembled but did not retreat. They were ancient and powerful, remnants of a past I could not outrun. Yet here we were, two souls battling the uncertainties of an unforgiving world, teetering on the edge of an unknown abyss. The moment crackled with intensity, a silent scream suspended in the air. I could taste the irony, the sweet tang of hope laced with despair. What if we get it wrong? I breathed, the question heavy, like a stone sinking into the depths of a dark sea. "Then we'll find our way back," Claire replied, her voice unwavering, a beacon amidst the growing storm. "We are human, flawed and beautiful. Even our darkness can lead us to light." Marcus's laughter echoed, a chilling symphony of malice that wrapped around us like chains. "Idealism will be your undoing," he hissed, a predator poised to strike. "You think you can rewrite the narrative? The universe does not bend to your will." But there was an ember in me, ignited by Claire's conviction, raging against the night. "Maybe it doesn't," I said, my voice steady, finding its own rhythm. "But it's worth the fight." And in that heartbeat, standing between the shadows that threatened to devour us and the light that flickered with every breath, I realized that I was not alone. We were a tangled web of light and darkness, each choice a brushstroke on the canvas of our souls, each moment a step on a path neither of us could predict. As the confrontation drew near, the wind howled like a beast, the city around us a witness to our struggle. The lines between good and evil blurred, but in the chaos, there was beauty, the beauty of resilience, of connection, of understanding that we were all monsters and angels wrapped in flesh. Time twisted in a strange dance, each second stretched like the shadows that clung to our hearts. I felt the weight of the cosmos above us, the stars whispering ancient truths, as if they knew we were not just fighting for ourselves, but for the essence of what it meant to be alive, to feel, to hope. In that moment, the air crackled with a promise, an unspoken bond that tethered us to each other, the realization that we were part of something larger, an eternal battle against the encroaching night. And as the shadows loomed, I knew that the struggle was just beginning, a relentless tide pulling us deeper into the heart of the storm. The air turned thick with tension, the kind that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. As I stood at the riverbank, the water whispered secrets, its surface shimmering like a veil, hiding worlds beneath. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly, reaching for something just out of grasp. A thunderous roar echoed, far off, yet close enough to feel in your bones. I turned, heart racing, and there he was, Eli, eyes wild, desperation etched across his face. "We can't let it happen again," he shouted, voice cracking, each word a jagged edge. At that moment, the past crashed over me, memories flooding like the relentless current. I remember the stories told by my grandmother, her voice a comforting lullaby wrapped in the eerie lore of our town. "Water is life, but it is also a mirror, reflecting our darkest fears," she would say, her eyes dark pools of wisdom. I remember the fear that trickled through our lives, the myths that tethered us to the banks of this river, the legends of spirits who could drown the unwary. Now, those phantoms hovered just out of sight, waiting for Eli's recklessness to awaken them again. Eli was my brother, my anchor, and my storm. Wildness roared in his veins, an untamed spirit that was both magnetic and terrifying. Where I saw the river as a source of sustenance, he saw it as an arena, a challenge from which he could rise. Beneath his bravado, I sensed the fractures, the guilt from a time when he had danced too close to the edge, when the river had claimed something precious and irreplaceable. "We can't lose the spring," he pressed, urgency bubbling in his tone. "They'll poison it. They don't understand." I felt the weight of his words, the unsteady balance of hope and despair crashing against my ribcage. What if he was right? What if the stories were more than just tales woven to frighten children to sleep? I could hear the distant laughter of the townsfolk, unaware of the darkness lurking at the water's edge. They were busy with their mundane lives, completely oblivious to the fact that the river was alive, breathing, and it could just as easily swallow them whole. In the shadows, Lila emerged, her presence flickering like a candle's flame in a gust of wind. She was a ghost of our past, her laughter a haunting melody. I remembered her smile, it was the sun breaking through clouds, a promise of warmth and light. But the smile faltered, dulled by the memories of a time when the river had turned treacherous. She had lost her younger brother to its depths, an accident, they said, but we knew better. She sensed the water's hunger, its insatiable craving for innocence. "What are we going to do?" she asked, her voice trembling, the weight of our shared trauma lacing her words. Eli's eyes locked onto hers, a silent communion sparking between them, a shared understanding of grief stitched together by threads of water, loss, and lingering guilt. "We fight," he said, the fire in his voice igniting an ember of courage in my chest. "We protect it. We can't let them ruin what we have left." But I felt the gravity of doubt pulling at me. The river had claimed so much already. How many times could you let hope drown before you stop believing in the surface? What if we're wrong? I whispered, my voice barely rising above the water's murmurs. What if we're fighting for something that's already lost? Then we go down fighting, Eli shot back, his determination a blazing sun, pushing against the encroaching shadows. I saw the resolve in his eyes, the flickers of 1,000 hopes and fears swirling within. I wanted to believe him, wanted to drown in that certainty, but the river's depths echoed with the laughter of ghosts, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was all a trap, that each ripple was a beckoning finger drawing us closer to our own demise. Lila stepped forward, her gaze locking onto mine, piercing through the layers of fear that clung like fog. "You have to remember," she urged, her voice steady, "the water remembers us. We are part of its story, and it is part of ours." I felt the weight of her words like a stone in my heart, heavy and cold. The river was more than just a body of water, it was a living entity, a reservoir of dreams and nightmares, carrying our laughter and our tears. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and violet, and I felt the urgency swell around us. "We can't let them poison the spring," Eli said again, this time softer, almost pleading. "They don't know what they're doing. They don't see the magic, the life. We can't lose that. Not again." The air crackled with a tension that felt almost electric, an unseen force pulling us toward the edge of the river, where the shadows danced and the legends whispered. I knew Eli was right. The time for hesitation was over. The ghosts called to us, urging us to reclaim our place at the water's edge. I took a step forward, the ground firm beneath my feet, and with that single movement, the dam of uncertainty began to crack. Time stretched around us, the seconds heavy with unspoken fears and flickers of hope. The river surged, its voice rising in a crescendo, drowning out our doubts, echoing the stories of our ancestors, tales of struggle, love, and the fierce protection of what was sacred. I looked at Eli, at Lila, and I felt it, the pulse of the water intertwined with our hearts, a rhythm that promised resilience. Together, I breathed, and the word hung in the air, taut and electric. Together. The river felt alive, a living testament to our shared fears and fierce love. We would stand against the tide, against the myths that sought to drown us in darkness. The legends were ours, and the water would remember. As shadows fell and the night thickened, I realized the river was more than just a lifeline, It was a battleground, a place where our stories would intertwine with its currents. And in that moment, standing on the brink of chaos, the air heavy with anticipation, I knew we would fight. For the water, for the springs, for the very essence of life that flowed through our veins, this was only the beginning. The sky was bruised, the color of rotting flesh, as the sun gasped its last breath behind the horizon. I stood paralyzed in the field, heart pounding like a war drum, my hands clawing at the damp earth. The harvest was due. It was supposed to be a time of joy, a celebration of life, but instead, it had become a descent into the abyss. The air was thick with tension, as if the soil itself held its breath, dreading what was to come. Martha, my sister, knelt beside me, her face pale and drawn, eyes darting like frightened birds. "It's too late, isn't it?" she whispered, her voice barely a wisp in the suffocating silence. I remembered the tales our father told us, stories of bountiful harvests, of laughter echoing through the fields, of the gods smiling down on us. Magic, they said. But now? Now, the gods were silent, their favor a distant memory, like the sweet scent of the blossoms that once danced in the air. "Not yet," I replied, though the words muddied my throat. Hope was a fragile thing, a flickering candle in a storm, and I had long since learned that clinging to it could be as painful as losing it. "We have to try." The whispers of the old wives flitted through my mind, shadows of superstition and dread. "There are curses in the soil," they warned, eyes wide with the weight of their beliefs. "When the harvest fails, the land demands a toll." I felt the chill creep into my bones, a reminder of the sacrifices made by those before us, rites long forgotten but never truly gone. I could almost hear the echoes of their fears. What were we willing to give to appease the hungry earth? Martha's fingers trembled as she traced the lines in the soil, her nails digging into the damp earth, as if trying to unearth the secrets hidden beneath. "What if it's not just the crops? What if it's us?" she asked, the fear pooling in her voice, drawing me closer to the edge of despair. The thought twisted in my gut like a serpent, hissing warnings of the past, each word both haunting and familiar. The moon rose high, a white skull in the darkening sky, casting eerie shadows over the field. I could see the shapes of our neighbors gathering at a distance, their faces shrouded in worry, their voices low and conspiratorial. They spoke of livestock dying, of crops withering overnight, and whispers of a curse that stretched back generations. "It's not just bad luck," one of them said, shaking his head, his hands trembling. "It's a reckoning." I glanced at Martha, her gaze turned inward, lost in a spiral of dread. "We have to face them," I said, but even I felt the weight of my own words, the thousand unspoken fears that hung between us like a blade ready to drop. The tension coiled tighter, like a noose, each heartbeat echoing the dread of what was to come. As we approached the group, their faces twisted in a tableau of grief and anger. They turned to us, eyes searching, judging, as if we were the source of all their troubles. I could feel the heat rising in my chest, the anger boiling beneath the surface. It wasn't our fault. We were victims of the land, of fate, of the dark myths that had wrapped themselves around us like a shroud. "Why haven't you done anything?" an old woman spat, her voice sharp as a blade. "You're the ones who should be sacrificing." The word hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Sacrifice. It was a word tangled in blood and history, a shadow that loomed larger than life. I could feel Martha's fingers tighten around mine, a fleeting comfort amidst the chaos. "Sacrifice what?" I shouted, the words tearing from my throat, raw and unfiltered. "What more can we give? Our souls? Our futures?" The words sliced through the murmurs, silencing the crowd as I felt the weight of their gazes. Each gaze was a judgment, a reminder of the power the harvest had over us, a reminder of how quickly joy could turn to despair. "Your time will come," the old woman said, her voice a low growl, filled with venom and prophecy. "The harvest will not forgive. It will demand a reckoning." It was a curse, a chant, a spell woven into the air, and I could feel its tendrils wrapping around my heart, squeezing, suffocating me. Martha stepped forward, her voice trembling but resolute. "We will make this work. We will honor the land," she declared, the fire in her words both a weapon and a shield. I admired her bravery, but deep within me, a fear festered, gnawing at the edges of my resolve. What if the land was beyond our reach? What if all our efforts were in vain? The night thickened, the shadows stretching like gnarled fingers reaching for something just out of grasp. I remembered my dreams, of towering stalks of corn, of love and laughter shared beneath the harvest moon, of our family gathered, united by the earth. But those dreams felt distant now, like grain slipping through my fingers, lost to the void. Martha turned to me, her eyes fierce and wild. We can't let them do this to us. We can't let fear control our fate. I saw the resolve building in her. It was both comforting and terrifying. I wanted to believe her, to embrace that flicker of hope, but the shadows were growing long, and the curse loomed larger and larger. The earth beneath us trembled as if it could sense our conflict, the soil shifting, whispering secrets buried deep in the darkness. The harvest was upon us. We stood at the precipice, the line between despair and hope blurring. My heart raced, a drumbeat of impending fate, and I knew we had to face the harvest, not just as farmers, but as the haunted children of a land that demanded its due. The night was filled with questions that would remain unanswered, echoes of our fears swirling in the wind. I felt the weight of time pressing down on me, the clock ticking, each second a reminder of what was to come. I could almost hear the mournful cries of the earth, a symphony of sorrow that pulled me deeper into its embrace, and as the shadows swallowed us whole, I realized that the true harvest was just beginning. The air thrummed with a tension so thick it could be cut with a knife, the moon cloaked behind a veil of clouds, casting shadows that danced like restless spirits across the ground. Lila stood at the edge of the forgotten cemetery, where the gravestones leaned like weary old men, their inscriptions worn from time, their stories fading into the dark. She could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors, beckoning, urging her to remember. I remember the stories, she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. I remember the firelight flickering in my grandmother's eyes as she spoke of the battles fought and the blood spilled for honor. Memories clawed at her heart, fierce and untamed. They were ghosts, her ancestors, haunting her with their legacy, their sacrifices pressing down on her shoulders like a heavy cloak. Beside her stood Jonah, his fists clenched tight against the swell of anguish welling inside him. His gaze was fixed on a distant shadow, a presence that felt both familiar and foreign, as if it were the embodiment of all his family's unfulfilled dreams. "They're counting on us," he murmured, the weight of expectation threading through every syllable. "If we forget them, what are we even fighting for?" His voice broke, a public unraveling of a private torment. Lila turned to him, her heart racing. "But what if we can't live up to their memory? What if we fail?" The fear seeped from her words, palpable and raw, hanging between them like a thick fog that refused to lift. They were two broken souls, bound by blood and burden, caught in a world that pressed down on them like a vice. The night air thickened with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, each breath a reminder of the fragility of life, of the stories that lay buried beneath them. "I can't bear the thought of them being forgotten," Jonah confessed, his voice cracking under the weight of his resolve. "They fought for us. They sacrificed everything." The energy crackled around them, a silent storm brewing just beneath the surface, threatening to erupt. "Honor," Lila echoed, the word reverberating in her mind like a church bell tolling at midnight. "But at what cost? Do we honor them by living in fear?" The moonlight broke through the clouds for a fleeting moment, illuminating her face, revealing the conflict etched across her features. Her heart raced with the truth that clung to her like a shroud. What if honoring their memories meant confronting the chaos of her own life? Before Jonah could respond, a scream shattered the stillness. It pierced through the air, chilling them to their bones, an echo of anguish that felt both foreign and intimate. The sound reverberated through the graveyard, as if the ancestors themselves were crying out from their slumber. "Did you hear that?" Lila's voice was barely a whisper, her eyes wide, pupils dilated in shock. "We have to go," Jonah urged, but his voice was heavy, laden with the weight of inevitability. They had come seeking answers, but now, a new urgency gripped them, tighter than a noose. Shadows flickered at the edges of their vision, twisting and writhing like lost souls searching for a way home. "I can't leave," Lila said, her feet rooted to the ground, the pull of the past stronger than any fear. "They need us. We can't turn our backs on them now." The fire in her heart blazed, fueled by desperation and a love too profound to articulate. She felt the warmth of ancestral hands pressing against her back, urging her forward into the unknown. Jonah's breath hitched, torn between the fear of the shadows and the pull of loyalty that bound him to Lila. I remember my father's voice, telling me to stand tall, to honor the fallen. But this is different. His voice trembled, caught in the swell of emotion that threatened to spill over. What if we're just digging up pain? A sudden rush of wind swept through the cemetery, scattering leaves like memories across the ground. It whispered secrets only they could hear, fragments of stories yet half told. We're not just digging for pain, Jonah. We're searching for truth. Lila's voice carried the weight of conviction, fierce and unwavering, but even she felt the tremor of doubt clawing at her heart. Look! Jonah pointed toward the gravestone now illuminated by the moon's return. The name etched into the stone sent a shiver racing down Lila's spine, her grandmother's name, a relic of a past that felt both distant and achingly familiar. I remember the warmth of her embrace. She breathed, memories flooding her like an avalanche, each moment more vivid than the last. She told me stories of survival, of love and loss, of battles fought under the stars. The air grew heavy with the weight of their ancestors' memories, each heartbeat echoing like a drumbeat of war. We owe it to them to remember, Jonah said, his voice a low growl, fierce and protective. To honor their struggle, to breathe life into their stories. Suddenly, the ground beneath them rumbled, a tremor that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the earth. The shadows twisted, morphing into figures that loomed ominously before them. Are we ready? Lila asked, fear coiling in her stomach like a serpent. We have to be, Jonah replied, determination igniting in his eyes as he stepped forward. This is our moment. Together, they stood before the spectral figures, the weight of their ancestors pressing on them like an anvil. The air crackled with unresolved tension, the kind that hangs before a storm, electric and alive. They were not just fighting for themselves, they were fighting for the whispers of the past, the echoes of lost voices, clawing for remembrance in a world that threatened to forget. Let them see us, Lila shouted into the dark, her voice a beacon, a lifeline. Let them know we are here. Time slowed, the night enveloping them in its cold embrace, the echoes of the past swirling around like a cyclone. They stood on the precipice, staring into the abyss of memory and myth, ready to confront the legacy that loomed just out of reach, a promise wrapped in shadows and light. In that chilling stillness, where every breath felt like a heartbeat in the void, they prepared to honor their ancestors, not just with the stories they told, but with the lives they lived, bound together in a cycle of memory that refused to die. The fire crackled, spitting embers like angry sparks into the night, illuminating the faces of the gathered villagers, each shadow stretching long and ominous against the dirt walls of the hut. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and something sharper, fear. A cry pierced the dark, a wail that clawed at the heart, pulling us into the chaos. They said the beast had returned, a creature born of whispers and shadows, and even now, beneath the flickering light, the stories twisted and turned, morphing into something monstrous. I stood at the edge, my pulse racing, my heart a wild thing. I could see Clara, her eyes wide, reflecting the flames, reflecting desperation. She was the storyteller, the one who spun tales like a spider weaving webs, each word a thread binding us to our past. But this night, those threads felt fraying, and I could almost hear them snapping in the chill of the air. They'll come for you, Clara. They'll come for all of us, I whispered, my voice barely a breath. I remember when we used to laugh about the stories, she said, clenching her fists at her sides. Now they're no longer just tales. They breathe. Her words hung in the air, heavy with a truth that chilled my skin. The beast was not just a figment, it was the embodiment of our fears, a creature fed by the darkness in our hearts, a reminder of the fragility woven into the fabric of our lives. Across the fire, Thomas stood, shoulders hunched, face shrouded in shadows. He was the historian, the one who scribbled in the margins of our lives, desperate to capture each moment before it slipped away like sand through fingers. What if the stories change, he said, his voice a tremor, a question steeped in dread. What if the written word twists them into something worse? He clutched his parchment, the pages crinkling like restless leaves, as if the weight of history pressed against his chest. I could feel their tension, the way it knotted in my stomach. They were two sides of the same coin, Clara, with her vivacious spirit, breathing life into existence through tales, and Thomas, the meticulous keeper of truths, terrified of the inevitable decay. The very act of writing, I realized, was a transformation, an alchemic shift from living lore to lifeless ink. I remember, Clara said, her voice rising above the crackle and pop, the way the old one spoke. Their words felt alive, danced in the air, wrapped around us like warmth. But these, she gestured to Thomas's parchment with a shudder, these words could imprison us. I glanced at the page, the ink still fresh, but the stories felt distant, desperate to escape. The firelight flickered, revealing shadows that danced behind us, lurking, waiting. I thought of our ancestors, their tales passed down through generations, woven into the very fabric of our being. They spoke of the earth, of the sky, of love and loss, real, raw emotions that echoed through time. But what would happen when those emotions lay dormant upon the page, stripped of the fervor of the telling? Suddenly, a howl pierced the night, tearing through the fragile veil of our reality. The villagers gasped, a collective breath caught in throats like a stone that had rolled too far down the well of fear. I felt it, too, a primal instinct clawing at my insides, urging me to flee, yet I was rooted in place, a mere spectator to our impending doom. What if the beast isn't out there? I whispered, the thought clawing at me like a beast in the dark. What if the real beast is within us? The stories we hide, the truths we bury. I was gasping, wrestling with shadows of my own. Deep down, I feared the darkness brewing in my own heart, the bitterness I had swallowed whole. Clara's gaze locked onto mine, a spark igniting between us, a fierce recognition. Then we must tell our stories before they consume us, she said, her voice fierce now, unwavering, like a lighthouse against the storm. Before they become something we can't escape. Thomas's eyes darted between us, panic and resolve warring on his features. But what if we lose them? He begged, his voice breaking. What if we lose everything we hold dear in the written word? The meaning? The spirit? I felt the weight of history pressing against us, the thousand voices of our ancestors whispering through the trees, reminding us that stories were not just words but the very bones of our existence. The fire flared, illuminating the depths of our fears, and in that moment, I knew we were the custodians of our own truths. Clara took a step forward, her silhouette framed by the flames, a warrior ready to battle the darkness. Then we will write with our hearts, she declared, a fierce determination burning in her eyes. We'll write until every last drop of emotion bleeds onto the page. We will give life to the ink, allow it to sing even when it trembles. But the beast loomed, lurking at the edge of our stories, waiting for the moment we faltered. Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap. I could feel the weight of our choices, the enormity of our task, the staggering responsibility of giving voice to the voiceless. Let them come. I shouted into the night, my voice raw, daring. Let them hear us. Let us carve our truths into the universe. The shadows quivered, an echo of something ancient, something powerful. In that moment, we understood, transformation was inevitable, but in our hearts, we had the power to rewrite the darkness, to breathe life into our myths, and to confront the beast lurking in the depths. And as the fire crackled, illuminating the edges of our fears, we stood united, poised to etch our stories into the fabric of eternity. The night held its breath, a fragile silence pregnant with possibilities. We were ready to face the beast, ready to embrace the transformation that awaited us, ready to turn the whispers of the past into a roaring anthem of resilience. The wind howled, a banshee's wail slicing through the desolate landscape, ruffling the edges of the tattered tents that stood as testimonies of lives lived and lost. In the heart of the encampment, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, not from an earthquake, but from the weight of ancestral voices, resonating with ancient truths, their whispers clawing at the edges of my memory. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as I watched Layla clutching a weathered amulet, her knuckles white, eyes reflecting the flickering flames. She was a bridge between now and then, shrouded in the shadows of forgotten myths, the tales of her forebears swirling around her like smoke. Her brother, Tariq, stood a mere step away, his brow furrowed as he watched the storm draw near, both outside and within. The land was restless, just like him, a tempest of dreams and fears battling for dominance. "They're coming for us," he muttered, not a question but a certainty, a prophecy born from the old stories that soaked into his bones. Those stories, filled with monstrous jinn and valiant warriors, sent sharp jolts of electricity through the air, threatening to snap the fragile threads of their reality. "I remember the legends," Layla whispered, her voice a tremor against the cacophony. "They used to speak of a time when the earth opened up to swallow the unworthy, when the moon bled, and shadows danced to the rhythm of despair." Her breath came in ragged gasps, each word a stitch binding her to a past that wouldn't release her. What if they're true? What if everything we've laughed off is clawing its way back? The night stretched around us, thick and heavy. I could taste the salt of their fear, the tang of vulnerability rising like smoke. Tariq looked at her, the weight of their childhood pressing down like a desert sun, relentless. "Layla, those are just stories. We're not in the time of heroes and monsters anymore. We have science." The tremor in his voice betrayed him, a crack in his armor revealing the boy still lurking behind the man. But the shadows didn't care for his rationality, they swirled eagerly, as if ready to swallow him whole. I felt my heart pound harder, pounding out a rhythm that echoed ancient drums, summoning the past to dance with the present. How many times had I heard the laughter of those who told the tales? The night was alive with their spirits, clashing against the quiet hum of modernity, refusing to fade away. Layla's hands trembled as she turned the amulet in her fingers, the metal cool against her skin. "You don't understand, do you?" she asked, a wild glimmer igniting in her gaze, a desperate light fighting the darkness. "These stories carry weight, a weight that can crush us if we ignore it." Her voice rose, raw and fierce, a candle flickering defiantly in the storm. Tariq's laugh was bitter, a sound that scraped against the night air. "What do you want me to do, Layla? Dance to the rhythm of your fears? Offer sacrifices to ghosts?" "Maybe," she replied, fierce and unyielding, her spirit a wildfire threatening to engulf them both. "Maybe we need to stop pretending the past doesn't matter. The old gods are angry, and they want their due." I felt the air shift, vibrating with something unseen yet palpable. I could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors, hauntingly familiar, echoing in the corners of my mind. "Listen," I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat, trapped by the weight of their conflict. Outside, the storm raged, a tempest of sand and despair. I saw the shadows of ancient figures rise, silhouetted against the dying light. They were warriors, lovers, dreamers, all struck down in the name of honor, vengeance, or love. In a heartbeat, I was transported, standing among them, their pain coiling around my heart like an iron grip. Tariq took a step back, the shadows closing in around him, the ghosts of conflict from centuries past rekindling the long-buried fears. "What if you're right?" he said, voice barely above a whisper, trembling under the weight of possibility. "What if these stories are not just stories? What if the jinn are not just figments of imagination?" The air shifted again, a suffocating presence wrapping around us, the weight of the past crashing into the present. Layla stepped forward, fierce and unwavering. "Then we fight," she declared, a warrior spirit rising within her. "We honor the sacrifices made, the lives lost. We will not be silenced." But there was fear in her eyes, a primal fear, the fear of the unknown clawing at her from the depths. I felt it, too. The rhythm of our heart synced with the pulse of the earth, a dark and gritty symphony of survival, thrumming with the urgency of history echoing in every fledgling heartbeat. As the storm intensified, I glimpsed the faces of those who had come before us, the burdens they carried etched into the very fabric of the night. Their stories seeped into the air, heavy with the scent of forgotten dreams and unquenched thirst for vengeance. In that moment, I understood. Their survival was not merely a matter of existence, it was a dance with the shadows, a relentless struggle to stand firm against the tide of oblivion. The myths were alive, breathing, clawing for recognition in a world that had tried so hard to forget them. "Together," Layla said, reaching for Tariq's hand, her voice steady. "We must face them together." But the question lingered, a ghostly whisper haunting the edges of our reality. Would they stand united against the tide of the past, or would the shadows consume them, leaving only echoes of their existence, fading into the void? And as the night deepened, we stood there, three souls intertwined in a fragile moment, facing a storm that promised to unearth the past once more. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, the boundary between myth and reality blurring into an unholy union. I could almost feel the weight of 1,000 years pressing down on us, urging us to remember. Because in this world, the survival of pre-Islamic myths wasn't just a thread in a tapestry, it was the very fabric of our being, woven into every heartbeat, every breath, every moment of defiance against the dark. The night stretched on, endless and unforgiving, but within it, we began to find our strength, our voices rising to meet the call of our ancestors, echoing their legends in a chorus that would not be silenced. The wind howled like a banshee through the cracked stone walls, carrying with it the scent of burning wood and desperation. A storm was brewing outside, but inside, the air was thick with a different kind of tension, an electric charge that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I stood there, frozen, as shadows danced in flickering torchlight, each flicker like a heartbeat, pulling me deeper into the pulse of this moment. A figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in shadows, eyes gleaming like embers. It was Sophia, her face streaked with soot and fear. "We need to go now," she gasped, her breath visible in the chill of the room, her voice a desperate plea that hung in the air like a ghost seeking release. She was a warrior of the old gods, a guardian of stories long forgotten, yet here she was, trembling, vulnerable. Behind her, Lorien emerged, his hands trembling as he clutched an ancient artifact, a twisted, rusted relic that pulsed with a forgotten power. "The Council," he whispered, and I could see the weight of despair etched into his features. "They want to erase everything. The gods, the myths, all of it." His voice cracked under the strain, and my heart ached for him. He had devoted his life to preserving the stories of the polytheistic past, and now that legacy teetered on the brink of annihilation. I felt it, too, the crushing realization that our world was unraveling, thread by thread, as the monotheistic tide rose, swallowing the whispers of 1,000 deities. "What are we fighting for?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, as if the very act of speaking the question could conjure the fates against us. "Everything," Sophia replied, her eyes fierce and shining, yet haunted. "The old ways must not die. Our stories are the lifeblood of who we are." Outside, the sky split open with a flash of lightning, illuminating the ancient symbols carved into the stone walls. I remembered the tales of gods who walked among us, of festivals that filled the streets with wild laughter, of rituals that bound us to the cycles of nature. But those memories felt like fragments of a dream, slipping through my fingers like sand. "Do you think they'll remember us?" Lorien's eyes were wide, as if he were peering into a chasm of uncertainty. "Once the stories fade, will we even exist?" I wanted to reach out, to assure him that our memories would echo through time, but the weight of his question pressed down on me. Would the world remember the laughter of Dionysus, the wisdom of Athena, the fire of Prometheus? Or would they be lost to the void, replaced by a single narrative that crushed the complexity of existence into a flat line? The storm raged outside, and with each crack of thunder, I felt the heartbeat of the cosmos, each pulse a reminder of the inevitable conflict. The old and the new, chaos and order. Could we hold on to the frayed edges of myth, or were we doomed to slip into the void of a singular belief that left no room for the divine tapestry of many? Sophia turned to me, her voice trembling but resolute. "We can't let them erase us. We have to show them that the old gods still have power, that their stories still resonate." But I could see the shadows creeping into her heart, a flicker of doubt. What if, I hesitated, the words catching in my throat? What if the world has already chosen? What if our cries are mere echoes against an indifferent universe? The silence that followed was suffocating, and I wished desperately to shatter it with laughter, with stories of old, but instead, it wrapped around us like chains. Suddenly, Lorien shouted into the void, "Then we become legends ourselves. We remind them through our actions, through our defiance." His hands raised, clutching the relic like a lifeline. "This can spark the flames of remembrance. This," he brandished it, "is our voice in the silence." And in that moment, it struck me, the relic was more than an artifact, it was our rebellion against erasure. It pulsed with the collective heartbeat of our ancestors, the emotions of thousands who had believed, loved, prayed. It held the echoes of laughter, tears, and the raw pulse of humanity, and I could almost hear them whispering through time, urging us to rise. "Then we fight," I said, my voice gaining strength, fueled by the fury of the storm outside. "We fight for every tale, every god, every soul that has walked this earth." The storm roared in agreement, and for a heartbeat, hope flickered in our hearts like the flames of a phoenix rising from ash. But then I saw it, the shadows thickening at the edges, the council's menacing silhouettes approaching, ready to stamp out the flicker of rebellion. Sophia gripped my arm, her eyes wide. "We must act. We can't let them snuff out this fire." But fear wrestled with courage in my heart. What if we failed? What if this rebellion was nothing but a whisper against a hurricane? The weight of uncertainty pressed down, threatening to drown us in despair. Yet here we stood, united by a rage that coursed through our veins, a rage that demanded we remember, that demanded we fight against the inevitable erasure. As the door splintered under the weight of the council's wrath, we turned to face the darkness, hearts pounding, breath hitching. This was not merely a battle against oppressors, this was a fight for existence, for identity. The old gods watched, unseen but felt, as we prepared to cast our lot into the tempest. The storm outside roared louder, and in that cacophony, I could almost hear the lost voices, the echoes of myth and memory. The battle was not just ours, it was a celestial clash of faith and reason, of many against one. And so, we stood there, trembling with fear yet ignited by a fierce resolve, waiting for the tide of history to crash against us. In that moment, the line between myth and reality blurred, and I knew we were about to step into the annals of our own story, one that would reverberate through time, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to believe in the sacred interplay of gods and humanity. In the darkness that followed, we found our voices. The clash between polytheism and monotheism was not merely an ideological battle, it was a raw, primal scream against the silence of oblivion. This was merely the beginning. A chilling wind swept through the empty marketplace, whispering secrets of forgotten gods and tragic heroes, curling around the remnants of fallen empires like fingers tracing the contours of an old lover's face. Shadows danced in the corners, casting eerie shapes against the crumbling walls, the echoes of laughter, bartering, and whispers of ancient myths that once pulsed through the veins of this land, now lay hushed, stilled by time. I remember the night Khalid stood before the altar of a long-dead deity, his heart a thunderous drum, reverberating against the silence. The moon hung low, swollen with secrets, illuminating the jagged stones around him. He gripped the hilt of his dagger, a relic of a past he could not escape. The weight of his ancestors rested heavy upon his shoulders, a burden of expectations, rebellion, and sacrilege. He had come to confront a legacy that haunted him, his family's name intertwined with tales of valor and betrayal, of love lost and dreams shattered. Maya stood on the edge of the shadows, cloaked in uncertainty. Her fingers brushed against the ancient tapestry woven with images of gods and demons, a stark reminder of the vibrant culture that once flourished here, now reduced to dust. She felt every thread pulsate with life, with sorrow, as if the fabric itself mourned the stories it had witnessed. Her mind flickered back to her childhood, stories spun by her grandmother under the stars, tales of fierce warriors and tragic lovers. "You must choose which myth to live," her grandmother had whispered, eyes gleaming like the night sky. "But remember, every choice has a price." Khalid, emboldened by the whispers of his ancestors, stepped closer to the altar, the air thick with the scent of incense and regret. "I refuse to be bound by your story," he shouted, the echo of his voice swallowed by the darkness. "I will carve my own fate." But the shadows laughed, a hollow sound that rippled through the night. It was a haunting cacophony that reminded him of the legends that had shaped his life, each hero a reflection of his own struggles, each battle a mirror of the scars he bore. Maya's heart raced. She had always been drawn to Khalid, a moth to the flame of his defiance. But his spirit was a tempest, wild and unyielding. She feared the moment he would lose himself in the very myths he sought to escape. "Khalid," she called out, her voice trembling like fragile glass. "You cannot outrun them. They are part of you." But he turned away, a storm brewing behind his eyes, anger and fear intertwining like lovers caught in a deadly embrace. I remember the legends, the ones that warned of tragic endings. The bard sang of Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, whose heart was a battleground. She had descended into the underworld, seeking her lost lover, only to emerge forever changed, a reflection of despair and longing.
What if I cannot return?
Khalid's voice broke through my thoughts, despair clawing at the edges of his determination.
What if I'm lost to the shadows?
Silence enveloped them, an oppressive weight that pressed down like the very earth had turned against them. It was a moment filled with the ghosts of choices unmade, paths not taken. Maya took a step closer, her feet sinking into the ethereal realm where dreams and reality intertwine, each heartbeat echoing through the stillness. "We are all lost in the myths, Khalid," she whispered. "But we can forge our own endings. Together." Her eye sparkled, reflecting the glimmer of hope that flickered in the darkness, a fragile light fighting against the encroaching shadows. But Khalid was a prisoner of his fears, haunted by the stories of old that wove through his mind like vines choking a forgotten tree. Together, he spat, rage igniting in his chest. "You don't understand. The legacy of my family is bloodied by betrayal and loss. I am no hero, Maya. I am a coward hiding behind the tales of others." Each word fell like a stone into the abyss, echoing back with a haunting clarity. Maya's heart ached for him, for the boy trapped within the man, for the dreams that had become nightmares. "What if the myths are not a cage, Khalid?" she implored, her voice breaking like fragile glass. "What if they are a canvas, and we are the artists? We can paint our own story, filled with laughter and love, free from the chains of the past." Her words hung in the air, a delicate thread woven through the fabric of their shared existence. But the shadows loomed larger, hungry for the remnants of hope. Khalid's breath quickened, caught between the weight of the past and the promise of freedom. "You speak of art," he said, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. "But what if we become the monsters in our own tale? What if our legacy is written in blood?" His eyes glistened with unshed tears, a tempest of emotion swirling within him, threatening to overflow. In that moment, the night seemed to hold its breath, the world around them suspended in a delicate balance of despair and possibility. The distant call of a nightingale pierced the silence, a sweet reminder of beauty amidst the darkness. Maya reached out, her fingers brushing against Khalid's hand, a silent promise that they would not face the abyss alone. "We will create our own myth," she said, her voice steady like the pulse of the earth beneath them, a story of resilience, of love, of rebirth. But we must face the darkness together. As the moonlight filtered through the remnants of ancient walls, illuminating their intertwined fate, Khalid felt the chains that bound him begin to crack, one by one. The weight of his ancestors faded, replaced by the warmth of connection. They stood on the precipice of their own story, a moment suspended in time, ready to confront the monstrous legacy that threatened to consume them. And in that heartbeat, the echoes of pre-Islamic myth trembled through the air, a reminder that every ending is but a new beginning. The night was alive with untold stories, waiting to be born, lingering like the taste of salt on lips after a storm. And they, Khalid and Maya, were ready to write their own. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like a living entity, pulsating around us, as the moon hung heavy and swollen in the night sky, casting shadows that danced ominously against the crumbling walls. I stood there, heart thundering in my chest, breath shallow and quick, the weight of countless lives pressing down on my shoulders. It was like the ghosts of forgotten ancestors were whispering warnings in my ear, their voices a cacophony of sorrow and rage as they remembered battles fought not on distant fields, but within the soul. The flickering flame of the lantern flickered, a heartbeat of its own, illuminating the faces of my companions, Layla and Amir. Layla, with her fierce spirit bottled up behind eyes as wild as the desert winds, stood beside me, her fists clenched, trembling with the fight and fear intermingled. She was a warrior at heart, forged in the fires of tradition and rebellion, yet tonight, there was a flicker of doubt, a crack in her armor. "Do you hear them?" she whispered, her voice trembling, the very air around us thick with foreboding. "They're watching. They're waiting." I could feel it too, a gnawing sensation in the pit of my stomach, as if the very land beneath us was alive, breathing, recalling the tales of ancient deities and forgotten rites. The myths that once painted our world with vibrant colors now loomed like specters, twisting our reality into something unrecognizable. the weight of their stories, the blood, the triumphs, the sacrifices, draped around us like a shroud. And then there was Amir, as sturdy as the mountains themselves yet fragile beneath the surface. He wore his heart on his sleeve, a brilliant but tragic soul adrift in a tempest of confusion and longing. His eyes darted back and forth, searching, seeking something, a truth hidden within those ancient tales, a key to unlock his own suffering. "I remember," he said slowly, "the tales of Al-Kahina, the fierce warrior queen who defied the odds. They say she spoke to the spirits of the earth. What if she could hear us now?" I shivered, the chill of his words wrapping around me as tightly as a lover's embrace, and I thought of the ghosts, not only of kings and queens but also of the nameless, faceless ones who bled into the sands of time. "Maybe she does," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper, "but what would she say? What could she show us?" With every word, the intensity of the moment deepened, pulling us further into the whirlpool of our past. I could feel the shadows closing in, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace, heavy with secrets. The clock on the wall ticked, a metronome counting down to something inevitable. Hours, minutes slipping away, yet the night felt eternal. I remembered stories of the Jinn, those capricious spirits of law, some benevolent, some malevolent, always lurking just out of sight. They were the embodiment of chaos, the essence of fear and hope intertwined. "Do you think they linger here?" Layla's voice broke the silence, her eyes wide, glistening like stars caught in the web of her fear. "Waiting for us to falter, to forget what was written." The ground trembled beneath our feet, or perhaps it was just my heart racing, each beat resonating with the unspoken fear that lay dormant in our hearts. I closed my eyes, images flooding my mind, the rituals of old, the sacrifices made to appease the gods, the desperate cries of those who sought love, power, and redemption through blood. The night hummed with the echoes of their despair. I remember, I murmured into the darkness, the shadows of the past claiming their due from the living. I could almost feel their cold breath on my neck, a reminder of my own vulnerabilities. They tell us we are nothing without them, that our lives are merely echoes of their existence. Amir stepped forward, his resolve hardening like steel, yet I could see the cracks, his fear was palpable, layered beneath the bravado. "But we can change the stories," he declared, his voice ringing with a fierce defiance that made the shadows tremble. "We are the authors of our own fate." A battle cry. A challenge. I couldn't help but admire his courage, even as his words hung in the air, ripe with the potential for both liberation and destruction. "Can we rewrite our fate?" Layla asked, her voice trembling as if the weight of centuries rested on her slender shoulders. "Or are we merely puppets dancing to the songs of those who came before?" The question lingered, slicing through the air like a blade. Time stretched, and each second felt like an eternity as we stood at the precipice of our own making. I could hear the distant murmurs of the past, a haunting lullaby that tugged at my heart, reminding me that our struggles were nothing new. In that moment, I saw flashes, visions of ancient battles waged not with swords, but with ideas, emotions colliding like thunder in the skies. I wanted to scream, to demand answers from the universe, but instead, I clutched Layla's hand, feeling the warmth of her skin against my own, grounding me amidst the chaos. "Maybe we need to listen," I said finally, feeling the weight of our shared uncertainty, to the myths, to the silence, to each other. Each word was a small step forward, a fragile bridge across the chasm of doubt and fear. And then it came, a gust of wind, a sigh of the night, wrapping around us like a lover's caress, whispering promises both tantalizing and terrifying. The air shimmered with possibilities, the past and present converging in a dance as ancient as time itself. I remember, I began again, heart racing as I felt the pulse of the earth beneath us, a heartbeat that echoed stories untold. I remember the night when the myths were born, and I wonder, what will our story be? The shadows thickened, restless spirits unfurling around us, but I felt a flicker of hope ignite, a spark that could lead to the liberation we so desperately sought. We were not just echoes, we were the song, the rhythm, the heartbeat of history yearning for a voice. The tension built, a crescendo that threatened to break free, pulling us deeper into the unknown, into a story that was just beginning, poised on the edge of transformation. And in that breathless moment, suspended between the past and the future, I knew we would face whatever came next, together. The air crackles with an otherworldly tension, a silence so thick it bites at the edges of reason. I stand in the heart of the crumbling ruins, shadows stretching and twisting like ancient spirits awakening from a long slumber. The moon hangs low, a silent witness to the chaos that brews within me. A soft whisper flutters through the night, a legend, forgotten yet alive, reminding me of what is at stake. Just a breath away, the echoes of centuries past call out, grabbing hold of my heart with icy fingers. Amina stands beside me, her eyes wide with fear and determination, a tempest of emotion swirling within. Her fingers tremble as they clutch a tattered manuscript, ink fading like the memories of our ancestors. She feels the weight of every word, every story buried beneath the sands of time. If we don't act now, all of this. Her voice cracks, a fragile thread straining against the weight of what it means to lose history. All of this will vanish into the void. I remember when we were carefree, laughing amidst the vibrant bazaars, the scent of spices tangled in our hair. Now, the laughter has become shrouded in urgent whispers as we tread on the brink of despair. The tales of Jinn and ancient warriors slip through our fingers like grains of sand. We are losing our essence, the very soul of our culture, and each heartbeat reverberates with the haunting realization. Then there's Malik, his presence a storm of contradictions. Brilliant yet flawed, a scholar caught between the past and a future he can't grasp. He paces, restless, like a caged lion. Amina, these legends, they are not just stories. They hold power, secrets that could shift the balance of our world, he insists, as if the urgency of his words might awaken the spirits that linger in the shadows. Yet, his own ghosts haunt him, an exiled family, a lost love that gnaws at his heart. We need to preserve them before they're swallowed whole. Before we lose ourselves. His eyes burn with a fervor that ignites something deep within me, a flicker of hope wrapped around a knot of fear. I remember the stories he told, the way they danced on his lips like flames. Memories of heroes and monsters weave through my mind like a tapestry, colorful yet frayed at the edges, begging for revival. The air around us thickens, the wind howling like a banshee, warning us of an impending storm. The ground beneath our feet trembles as if the ruins are alive, breathing history into the present. I can almost hear the whispers of those who walked before us, the ancient poets and storytellers, their voices a haunting lullaby. Save us, they seem to plead, their breath mingling with the night air, before we become nothing. As we stand on the precipice of discovery, our breaths quicken. Each moment stretches, a taut string pulled to breaking point. I feel the weight of the ancestral spirits, urging us to embrace the pain, the joy, the chaos of our shared legacy. What if this is all for nothing? I murmur, doubt creeping in, cold and unwelcome. But Malik shakes his head, the fire in his eyes unwavering. What if it isn't? What if we find a way to breathe life back into the shadows of our past? Amina's voice breaks through the cacophony of thoughts, raw and unyielding. We can't let fear define us. We must confront the darkness, the loss. We owe it to our ancestors, to ourselves. Her words hang in the air, a fragile promise wrapped in desperation. Each syllable echoes the weight of 1,000 years, a call to arms against the encroaching silence. The moonlight casts eerie shapes around us, and I feel a chill creep down my spine. I look to the horizon, where the city lies in slumber, oblivious to the battle raging in our hearts. What if they knew? What if they felt the pulse of their ancestors, the longing to remember? Suddenly, a distant sound, an echo of laughter, or perhaps a cry, pierces the silence, sending shivers through me. A reminder that the vibrant stories of our people are not just echoes of the past but living, breathing entities demanding recognition. I clutch the manuscript tighter, a lifeline in the swelling darkness, as if acknowledging its power could tether me to something greater than myself. I remember the night stories were told, I whisper, a confession born from desperation. When the stars aligned, and the world felt limitless. We must find that light again. Amina nods, her resolve hardening like tempered steel. I see it in her eyes, the reflection of all we've lost and all we have yet to reclaim. Let's make them see us, Malik breathes, urgency thickening the air around us. Let's make them feel the weight of our stories. The shadows pulse with energy, a heartbeat that mirrors our own. I feel the vibrations thrumming through my veins, a connection to all that has come before us, weaving us into a tapestry of shared existence. We are not just preserving stories, we are fighting for our identity, for the echoes of our ancestors to live and breathe among us once again. And then, in that moment of fragile clarity, the future unfurls before us, a daunting, chaotic expanse of possibility tangled within our grasp. The stories will not fade away, they will rise from the ashes, clawing their way back into the light, wild and untamed.
But will we be ready for what comes next?
The tension crackles around us, and I know this is just the beginning. The echoes of the past beckon, fierce and unyielding, urging us forward into the unknown. We are standing at the threshold, the air thick with anticipation, as the legends of old swirl into the present, a breath away from becoming reality.